Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we let the wildlife and the wilderness areas that they live in do the talking. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and I'm coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And I'm next to the Scotia Dam on the eastern side of the reserve, and I am watching this blacksmith lapwing because it has a little chick. Tiny little thing it is, but it is just hidden somewhere in this grass. Now, these adults, I've been watching them over the last few days, and they changed their behavior suddenly, that they were a lot more mobile. I didn't see them on the nest per se, but suddenly they became a lot more mobile, and the more I watched them, eventually I saw the little tiny chick that was following them. They are quite independent from the moment that they hatch, and the adults move around and sometimes leave it stashed in the grass, but then sometimes they also move with it. They move and then the chick follows, and it's down to little calls that they make. I think there's a specific call that they make that it just lies completely still in the grass, and another little call that they make, and then it follows. So I'm just hoping that it's going to show itself, but maybe they've given the call to stay deadly still. But we'll wait and see. I did see it moving around a minute ago, but Murphy's Law, of course, now that I want to show you it, it's been told to not show itself. So doing a bit of birding. I'll also go and check up on the little grebes just now, as this lapwing stretches its wings. Very important stretches those are. I've also watched these lapwings dive bombing anything that comes near to them when the chick is there. I'll just go out a little bit and show you where we are. Today is not the same as yesterday. Yesterday it was very hot. We had a berg wind coming through. And, well, as I'm speaking about the weather, let's find out exactly what the day holds in store. So, one of the worst jobs, I think, in the Eastern Cape would be to be a weatherman, because you can predict sun and it rains, you predict rain and it's hot and sunny. So, here today, not so hot. There's a rather cool breeze. There's a lot of clouds, so it's relatively overcast. Yesterday was a scorcher, but today, I think if the weatherman said 30 degrees, maybe it's still coming, but looks pretty overcast to me. Real feel, I would say probably around 15 degrees currently. I've still got my jersey on. That's the thing about the Eastern Cape. You can have your jacket on and you're cold, and yet you burn your face to a crisp. Well, that's what's been happening to me anyway. And lapwings are quite renowned. So Betty, as I'm chatting about the lapwing, happy to have you on board with us. And what I was saying about the lapwings is that they can feign injury if there's a predator that comes near to the nest. They can feign an injury and act like they're limping or they've got a broken wing, and then whatever predator it is may follow them, thinking he's going to get an easy meal. And when that predator is far enough away from the nest or the little chick, off they flutter, and the predator being left confused. Now I'm just hoping this little chick is going to show itself, although I think it might be hidden off in there somewhere. Now, it was walking just along the edge of the water, tiny little thing tripping as it goes. I'm sure it's near to it now, somewhere there. Show yourself, little one. It's amazing how independent they are from the moment that they hatch, and how physically able they are as well. Constant call, and that's why you know they are blacksmith lapwings, with that metal sound that they make. Still can't see it anywhere there. Looks like it might be a wild goose chase. Alrighty, so the search continues for this tiny little chick. I will find it and I will show it to you eventually. And well, it seems I'm not the only one sitting next to a waterhole, although Cedric doing it a little bit differently.
I know that we do have a couple that side at Djuma. That's also almost about time to hatch from their eggs. But yes, I am at Mashatu in Botswana, and as you can see, I've got some blue wildebeest. But yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are watching from. My name is Cedric Dold, and I'll be the naturalist here on the 3 Dam Cam feeds. As you can see, I am sitting at Mashatu at the moment in Botswana, and it seems like it is going to be quite a scorcher of a day throughout the area. That Tess and Ali and even Chris was already saying this morning that the temperature is already rising quite a bit. But yes, it is nice just to sit here at Mashatu Dam. As you can see, the wildebeest are coming down to have a little bit of a drink, slowly but surely moving off. And then we've got the 2 male ostriches standing in the background. And they have been hanging around this morning this side. I was just hoping that those ostriches were going to come down to the waterhole and also have a little bit of a drink, but maybe they'll might be waiting for those wildebeest to move off. I'm sure the activity around even Okokwewu in Namibia as well, we will be heading to those feeds as well, to that dam. And I'm sure that side is also going to be quite busy for the day. Look at the reflection on that water. Not much of a wind. I know yesterday was quite breezy all around, but it seems like today is definitely much calmer. And I want to see if I can just get a bit of a zoom in onto those 2 male ostriches there. They're slowly but surely making their way down to the water now. I think they were just trying to wait for those wildebeest to maybe finish off with their early morning drink. Glenda, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Glenda, the ostriches, they will, if they have to compete for females, the ostriches can definitely give each other a good go. But of course, they've got those long talons, And sometimes they actually do almost like a dancing display as well, just to show who's bigger, and they really fluff out their feathers, their wings. But of course they can't fly, but it's those feathers are quite large around their flanks. Oh, yeah, they come down. Oh, they are coming down for us. This is fantastic. And you can just see with the males that real black color with those beautiful white primary feathers that's sitting on the outskirts, right at the bottom. Oh, this one's running. Oh, there you go. Look at those two. What are they doing? The one got a fright, or did the one try and chase the other one? What happened there now? Definitely a little bit of action there. Probably, even the wildebeest didn't even know what happened there. They ran to the side. These poor ostriches, they've been waiting here for quite some time to come down for a drink, and eventually they wanted to come down, and now they decided to veer away from the water. And of course, the blue wildebeest is coming past there. I'm sure it's going to join the rest of the confusion of wildebeests that just moved on. I think they'll go and try and look for an area where they can start grazing, start feeding for the morning. And I'm sure we're going to get a lot of elephant activity today. As I said, the weather around here at Mashatu in Botswana, it's around about 31, 32 degrees Celsius. And it can get quite hot up that side. A lot of the red-billed aquilias as well, as you can see, a lot of the birds coming through. So those red-billed aquilias can be quite a nuisance to the farmers. Of course, really almost can wipe out an entire crop. And those big clouds of aquilias come through, and then the farmers definitely do not enjoy that. They could lose quite a bit of money through that stuff because of the crops. So yeah, that's why sometimes some of the farmers will actually use a method of putting these huge nets up, so just to kind of deter the aquilias from coming into the areas. Still waiting here patiently, just waiting patiently for these ostriches to come down. Oh, and it looks like they've got a fright again. Oh, I don't know what they're doing. I think they're chasing. I think these two males are busy chasing each other around. Yes, exactly. It's just one is trying to show more dominance over the other one. He wants to come down and drink, and then seems like the one keeps on just pushing the other one away from the water area. Not allowing him to do anything. And even look at the tail feather as well. It's a kind of a bit of a tawny color tail feather. Very, very pretty. And many times, just like the hyenas, when they get excited and greetings and all that. So the ostriches, you'll find that they really lift that tail feathers up. And there's also excitement, or it's just showing a dominance over another male. Looks like they want to disappear now. Still standing around there. Okay, I'm going to go just to the bit to the left. I did see some. Oh, there it is. Maybe that's actually might be the case. got a fright from the wildebeest. I didn't see exactly what was happening on the left-hand side there, but that wildebeest is also still into that direction. But it's amazing how many wildebeest, even the elephants that's been coming down to these watering holes, it's just been incredible. The life and the abundance of game at these water holes in Mashatu, Okokwayo, it is definitely quite remarkable. Okay, I think he's going to get off that side. He wants to move away. And of course, and Lauren and Darby, they're not too far. Look, I'm not saying not too far, but I mean, they're not. When it comes to Mashatu is in Botswana, and Madikwe is just below Botswana border, and so they're not a huge, or put it this way, a far distance away from Mashatu itself. So, and if Mashatu is going to get this hot today, then you know that definitely that Madikwe is going to be just as hot. We've got some impala coming down. We've got also the helmeted guinea fowl. A lot of activity around there. And a few males. Looks like a couple of rams, impala rams, and one or two impala ewes as well. 3 ewes. And definitely you'll find that they can feel a little bit of, much safer coming down for a drink if they know that they've got things like the wildebeest in the background. I've got some ostriches, and then as well as we've got these guinea fowls. If there is any predators that do pretty much show their presence or come around into the area, hopefully that they will warn each other and say do not hang around. There is a predator that is making its way down to the waterhole. But I'm hoping for some cats today. I know that yesterday was cat day, but you never know. Today's another day for cats. Every day we can definitely hope for some feline friends. Ooh, okay, I just want to take a look. Looks like we've got some warthogs as well. A nice big old Pumbaa. Try and see if I can get in a little bit closer to them. As well as you can see, it's still early in the morning. It's about 10 to 9 Central African time, and you can just see that these watering holes are quite busy. And it looks like a big male that's busy drinking water there. Nice big male warthog that's drinking. There's his head down into the little pan. Pat, yes, I'm sure that the rainfall will start coming soon. I'm sure they're waiting for the early summer rainfalls, and once that early rainfalls start coming in, you'll find that all these beautiful acacia trees and also a lot of the real sensitive grass species around here, but there's also very good sweet grass that you will have around because it's very, very high in iron. So mineral content in this soil is very, very rich. So a little bit of a good old rain, I'm sure it will green up a little bit more than what it is now. I think what we were looking at when it comes to these places like Djuma, it looks so much greener due to the fact of Djuma is also more the savanna woodlands area, plus it's also had some great rain over the winter time, which more so than normal. But I'm sure that these places, Mashatu and that will also start changing colour as soon as those first rainfalls come through. Oh, the warthog looks like wants to wallow in there. Nice, very, very nice. Of course, caking its body full of mud, making sure it's protected from the heat today. Nice like sunscreen for him. I just want to see if I can go a little bit down, see if I can get there. There we go. And see if I can get. A nice male. You can see he's got pretty much two sets of warts. So one pretty much just below the eyes, and the second set of warts is just between the nostrils and the eyes itself. With a female, you'll see the female in front. She's only got the one set, a very small set, and that's just pretty much just below the eyes. But the male's got proper set of warts. So that's how you can tell the difference between the two. But you can also see that the female that's pretty much in the foreground, you can see that she's also got a nice set of tusks on her. So there's a lot for defense as well. So if she's got little piglets, in case if there's any predators, she can try and defend those little ones and or from any predators. And the males will also do the same, as well as males will use those tusks just in case if they have to compete for a female. And sometimes they will actually try and nudge each other on the side. Oh, look at him. You can see what he's doing now. He's just really kind of loosening up that mud, trying to get some nice mud through, maybe a little bit softer areas. So I'm sure he wants to try and maybe cake himself with as much mud as possible. Just to protect his skin from the sun. As well, a lot of parasites, so you'll find that so that mud, once it starts drying on the face and around the body, it also helps just to kind of suffocate any ticks and parasites that's existing on their skin. And then once that's cakes, or once it dries off, they'll actually go and rub that mud off their body and peel the ticks off. Oh, he's loving it. There we go. Good old wallowing. Reminds me, I enjoy the wallowing side of things with them when animals do that. It is so fascinating. Even though young Impala's thinking, well, he's not going to do that. Thank you. I'm not in a mood to wallow like you, Mr. Pig. Yes, JP, always, that's definitely, I was also trying to get this zoom in the right areas here, but yes, it's nice just to see how these, this warthog is actually being so funny, but yes, it's nice to see them up close. Oh, a good old belly rub, look at that, yes, there we go, rubbing every part of his body, making sure that he's nicely covered with mud and there's no itches anymore. Alright, well, looks like they have decided to move on. And young impalas, looks like there may be one or two young male impalas there. Alright, let's see what else is happening around the dam. All these old guinea fowl as well coming through. So of course these guinea fowl, many times you'll find with these guinea fowl during the daytime, they'll just pretty much roam around all on the areas, even going through the elephant dung, because inside of that elephant dung there's still so much undigested seeds, and so you'll find that those guinea fowl will actually kind of break open that dung to actually feed on those little seeds that haven't been digested by the elephant's tummy, and then they'll feed on that seed. And then of course once they've fed around this area during the daytime, you find once it gets darker, those guinea fowl will end up flying into a tree, a nearby tree or something, for safety and to go and roost there for the night. Well, looks like there's another warthog also going to use the same wallowing area. Let's try and see if we can get in a little bit closer there. As you can see, this is a female. There's also just that one set of warts, not as body size, not as large as a male. Oh no, she's not. She's decided not to do the wallowing thing. Maybe later. I'm sure once it starts heating up properly, I'm sure she'll rethink that wallowing. But this, as you know, this is a live and it is interactive experience. So if you got any questions, comments, suggestions, something that you actually like to talk about, please let us know. Send them through to us. And as you know, this is your escape to nature and this amazing African wilderness of ours. And if you want to maybe make a suggestion for which dam you want to see and what kind of animal you want to see at that dam. Yes, send that through. I shall be waiting. Just like these guinea fowl. Timber, yes, definitely, it's amazing. I mean, they're doing so well. I think timber. The one thing here is that it is very open compared to when it comes to the Sabi Sands. I always kind of, like, going to say, compare it to the Sabi Sands because I've worked there most of my life, and I'm always kind of, now it's nice to see this other areas. And just looking at Mashatu, a little bit more open compared to the Sabi Sands, and I think it's. For these guinea fowl, I think they can I think the success rate of them reaching adulthood is definitely much greater compared to the ones in the Sabi Sands area. I mean, there's as well, the birds of prey is definitely more abundant in the Sabi Sands when you got the, what happened? Oh, everything just disappeared. You've got the African hawk eagle, you've got the crowned eagle, you've got the Marshall eagle on the, you go to Kruger Park side. Everything just ran away, but looks like this. Warthog decided to take this opportunity to have a quick drink here. Alright, I'm going to see if I can zoom out again. And that can be very, especially on the highways. I know a lot of people have had a bad situation with a guinea fowl because there's so many times in these areas, on the highways and that they'll actually be feeding on the sides. And while you're driving going past, all of a sudden you can just get a guinea fowl that gets spooked from the side of the road, and when they come flying across the road, they could actually hit the car. And they are not they're not light birds. They're very, very heavy. And they're very tough. So it's like almost like throwing a brick in the air and hitting it with a car. It could end up very dangerous. Well, as you know, tonight it's Graham Wellington, our CEO. He will be hosting a town hall at 8 p.m. Central African time tonight. This will be for Wild Earth explorers only, and this is a chance for you to give your feedback, with suggestions, complaints, or anything else that you feel that could help Wild Earth shape its product. And Graham will answer all these questions and give you some interesting behind-the-scene information about what is going on. So yes, that is tonight at 8 p.m. Central African time with Graham Wellington at the Town Hall. Alright, let's see if I can just go to the one side of the dam here quickly. Just want to double check if I see a little bit of movement. Of course, there's more guinea fowl. And some of these beautiful antelope as well, and the impalas. And they always feel very, very safe all together, like this typical safety in numbers. As you can see, there's so many things happening here. A lot of different kinds of species, a lot of eyes, a lot of noses, a lot of ears. So definitely they all feel very, very safe. Oh, there's an impala in the background under the tree that's got one horn. It looks like a unicorn. It's coming now. Coming here. Here he comes. Was it broken or is it just bent? No, it's broken. Is it? Yeah, it's broken. So of course, if those horns is sometimes what happens if they're sparring with one another, sometimes they will break those horns. Sometimes it can become quite vicious, and if it breaks, and if that horn breaks down quite low, it'll actually then damage the nerve inside of that keratin, I can say shell, and then what happens that will stop the growth of the horn. But if it breaks up a little bit further on top of the horn to the tips area and all that, you'll find that the bottom area will still grow. But I think that male's already, I think his horns are already pretty much fully grown, so I don't think he's going to get any more growth out of that. He doesn't know how to drink. He's trying to suss out the situation. I think he's scaring himself every time he notices that he's got one horn. Listen, please. Oh, he's gone now. We can get a little bit of a closer look in here. So of course the warthogs coming out during the daytime. Nighttime they will find like little burrows or like termite mounds where they will kind of just reverse into those little areas, and of course having their face and their heads kind of facing out with their tusks, just for the defense side of things. And then early in the morning, once it starts getting light, the warthogs will come out and they'll come to the areas like this now, have a little bit of a drink, a bit of a wallow, and then you never know, maybe we'll move towards little areas where they can go and feed on little roots and berries and seeds and grasses. for the male that's moved off there. On the far right, a younger male. You can see that little warts on him. It seems like the other two. The other one is. The other one is. What are they now? I thought I missed him. Looks like the other two might be females. And very tough animals at that time with there in the Sabi Sands with Altandi, that female leopard, when she of course was busy stalking a huge male warthog there on the firebreak, and she did her stalking and I can say her movements just to the T, where that warthog had no idea she was there. She was hiding behind like a little tuft of grass. And as soon as that warthog was like going like zigzagging, feeding, of course Thandi lying flat, waiting for the right opportunity. As soon as that warthog turned its face away from Thandi, she snuck up behind that warthog, and there was a big male warthog, and then she thought twice about it. And then of course she decided to kind of pull out from that situation and decided not to go for it. And of course the warthog realized that she was there, and it bolted and ran away. But she felt very proud on what she did, but luckily she did not try and take such a big warthog down. Alright, well, we're going to leave the Mashatu waterhole here in Botswana. Let's head over to Okakuyu in Namibia to see what's happening around at that waterhole this morning. Well, I am at Okakuyu. I flew over here very quickly as there is a beautiful black rhino here at the watering hole. So I am just going to try and see if we can get a nice shot of him here. That is so stunning. Trust me, I don't get to see black rhino at all. So to see this the specimen is amazing. I mean, look at that horn on this black rhino. And you can just see with the black rhino, the back is very straight compared to when you got the white rhino. It goes more into like a little dip, as well as the black rhino is much smaller than a white rhino. So a big male black rhino like this will pretty much weigh the same as a white rhino, a female white rhino. That's looking at about 1.7 tons to about 1.6, 1.7 tons. As well, you can see with the black rhino's head is much shorter, with the white rhino's head is way longer for the grazing, and the black rhino is built just for browsing on leaves. Wow, this is absolutely marvelous seeing this. Look at that horn. And even the secondary horn is as well quite long. So this is definitely brilliant. And much more aggressive compared to the white rhino. So the black rhino has really got a little bit of a temper on it. Not even a little, they've got quite a temper on them. And yes, that is definitely one of out of the two rhino species that we do get around here. They do definitely, you've got to keep your eyes peeled and make sure that you're vigilant for this rhino's behavior. And I know that at Madikwe with where Lauren and them are, there's definitely, when I was over that side at the end of last year, I've got to see also a black rhino in that area, which was also fantastic. But that's exactly the situation I was when I was at Madikwe. I also had a black rhino, and that one charged from about 100 meters. It came full tilt, full the vehicle, a typical mock charge, and it just got a very short temper, and it was quite hair-raising, because I'm not used to black rhinos or rhinos charging, because most of the time I've been seeing white rhino. White rhino hasn't got that kind of temper. But you can see as well the lip, very much the hook lip. So of course built mainly for browsing, or strictly for browsing. Oh, sorry, I think I clicked the wrong side there. There it is. Let's see if I can get a better view on him here. Of course, now black rhino doesn't get the name because of coloration. As you can see, there's no blackness to it. That line that you see is like a dark line, or a line that separates the top and the mid part. That is just because he's been lying in water or something at that depth. That's the only reason for the two colorations there. But the reason for calling it a black rhino and a white rhino is that actually the white rhino has got a very square lip built mainly for grazing on grass, where the black rhino like this has got a hook lip and it's mainly built for feeding and browsing on leaves. But now with the white rhino, because it's got that square lip, in Afrikaans we call it a wyd lip renoster. It means a wide lip rhino. And of course many years ago the English thought, oh, wyd, we can just of course translate it into English. Wyd means white rhino, and of course got the name white rhino. And in contrary to that, black rhino got black rhino. So it's got nothing to do with any coloration. This is amazing. Even the impalas in the background, like, wow, look at that, that's amazing. Black rhino. No, I'm sure they didn't see that, but yeah, not the way I do. Those are territorial, so the males also very territorial, so they'll also do like the white rhinos, they also pretty much have a little middens around. And sometimes you'll find in the Greater Kruger Park, you'll find that actually the black rhinos will use white rhinos' middens, because it's already been created. That midden has been already created by the white rhinos, and then you'll find that the black rhino will utilize it as well to create, to mark off their territory. And the females, no territory. The females will just pretty much pass through the males' areas. And if the female is very much happy with the male's territory, it's got nice watering holes like this one at Okakuyu, and nice browsing areas with nice euphorbias and tambuatis and that kind of foliage that they'll feed on. And of course those females tend to hang around the areas much longer. Yeah, no, it's amazing how it's actually maneuvering over these rocks. It just shows, I think they're so used to it. I think it's the same male that keeps on coming down towards this watering hole. And I think he's such a weight, I think he doesn't really feel too much. I think if it was us humans walking over these rocks, a couple of sprained ankles and twisted knees and everything else, but yeah, this rhino is definitely, he's quite firm. Oh, don't go. This is fantastic. I don't know when last I've spoken about a black rhino. It is incredible. I'm sure he's not going to hang around here for too much longer. I'm sure he's now done his little bit of a refreshing drink this morning, and he's going to be off into his area to go and look for something to go and feed on. So some nice zebras in the background, some virtual zebras just moving past. And yesterday afternoon, this dam was riddled with springbuck and zebras. Riddled. So yeah, this is pretty much exact the same as when it comes to elephants, white rhinos, black rhino as well, has to eat around about 5% of its body weight. So let's see it. Oh, I'm missing out. Oh, no. Sorry, I think I'm missing out in marking a territory there. See how he's scraping his back legs there? He just did his jobby there. And of course using his back legs, just scraping that area. A bit of a typical territorial marking that. Okay, looks like he wants to come back to the water. Oh, look at the reflection there. Let's see if I can get a little bit of that reflection of him. As well, Kikuyu in Namibia, I can just see as well, no wind. A day without any wind. Beautiful. He's walking zigzags. I'm trying to get him nicely on the camera there. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. Oh, that silhouette. Not silhouette. That reflection. And just him on top there. It's just amazing. Let's see if I can get a nice one close up here. That'd be nice. In the middle. So prehistoric looking. It's amazing. And with that horn, the shape of the head, just the build, everything. So it's very pretty much like the Triceratops. And a couple of impalas up there in the corner. Looks like two females. Also just enjoying and hanging around that side. And maybe they will come down to also have a drink very shortly. As Namibia, it is also going to be quite warm there today. I think in Namibia at Okaukuejo, where we are now, I think we're going to be looking at 32 degrees Celsius today. That is around about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see clearly that beautiful clip of his. See if I can get a little bit closer there. And we'll see if we can get a nice view on him. There we go. Oh, one more. One more. One more. There we go. Also very poor eyesight, not the greatest. Rhinos pretty much, when it comes to this eyesight, you're looking at like 30, 40 meters, they can really work out the object and what's happening. After around 30, 40 meters, it becomes starts becoming a blur to them. And once it becomes a blur, then they really start relying on the other senses, especially the sense of hearing, sense of smell, which is very acute to rhinos. I mean, you can look at his hair, his ears, with these big kind of funneled ears. Of course, as well, the nasal passageways is also very large and really pulls through. And so the senses on smell and hearing is fantastic. Oh, look at that! What a machine! enjoying a good old drink for the morning. I think whenever after this one, I'm sure he might move off and head out to other areas for some food. Definitely for now, he's definitely enjoying the Okukoyo pan system, yeah. You see how he uses it here. One is going forward, one is going backwards. So he's just listening out all the time on what's approaching, what's around him. So he doesn't really have to worry about his eyes at this point of time. So these rhinos, same as white rhinos, when it comes to age, you'll find that rhinos get up to about 40 to 45 years old. And it's a good age, pretty much almost just past halfway of elephant age. So elephants will get up to about 60, 70 years old. Yeah, crowned laprings in the background. I'm not too sure why the black rhino's temper is much shorter compared to the white rhino. Maybe for the size, I'm not too sure, but they have a very short temper. Oh, here comes a little crowned lapwing now coming from. I thought I heard the crowned lapwing. It's just behind the rhino now. Oh, there it is. It's appearing to the right. Oh, hello. There you go. Hey. Okay, off that side. Out there. Looks like he has just decided to finish off his drink. Thank you very much for a splendid sighting of this boy. Absolutely amazing. Trying to maneuver himself around these rocks now, slowly but surely, just getting his footing right. And of course, also part of the ungulate when it comes to the feet. So ungulate is where animals are walking on their nails. So all your ungulates are like your even-toed and your odd-toed ungulates. And you'll find your rhinos are odd-toed ungulates. So they've got 3 nails on their foot. Where your even-toed ungulates are things like impala, giraffe, buffalo, kudu, everything that's got a hoof with 2 nails, that's an even-toed. Odd-toed, of course, is like this black rhino, white rhino, and of course your zebra, like the horses. I got the 1 toe. Alright, well, we are gonna watch this black rhino disappear into the distance, so let's head over to Lauren in Madikwe.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve. We are looking at some zebra who just came down for a drink. However, the impala behind us are shouting like crazy. So we sort of had a look to see what they're possibly alarming at. We don't actually see. Could just be a hyena, could also be a lion. Who knows? I am not an impala. But good morning, my name is Lauren and I do have Davi on camera. This is Flaypan, the first waterhole we're going to spend a little bit of time at. It's not immediately obvious that it's a waterhole actually, but there is water here and it seems to be really, really popular with all the animals. So we're going to spend a little bit of time at Flaypan and then we are slowly going to move to Jamalap Dam a little bit later where we normally have incredible Ellie sightings. I actually had my first brown hyena sighting from Madikwe here. Sadly, load shedding kicked in at the exact same time, would you believe it? So we didn't manage to film it, but it was a really good sighting. So lots of things come and go from this area. But I just want to sit and listen for a moment to see if we can hear anything around us, because those impalas were pretty upset. Bev, I think I know what you mean by that. So, if impalas are just playing with one another, they won't alarm call. They only alarm call when it's alarm. So immediately when you hear that sound, psh, I can't do it very well, you know that something's up, something's wrong. They won't do that during play. However, sometimes you can get a little bit confused by the vocalizations that comes from the males, more so during the rutting season. Now, we're not in the rutting season, we're actually very close to the birthing season. And I'm hoping I see maybe a few impala lambs while I'm here. It's one of my favorite times to be in the bush, especially the low-veld. And sometimes the vocalizations that the males make, because of course they're rutting, they're not very happy with one another. They were friends moments ago and now they are competing. Everything changes in that whole sort of time period. It's a bit of a process as well. It's thoroughly enjoyable to watch, but they do make a vocalization that can be a little bit similar to alarm call. It can be quite confusing and can throw you off guard if you're a guide, but generally speaking, if they're just playing, they won't make that sound. An alarm call really is just an alarm call. But everyone reacted here. We had the zebra watching, because they will also understand that is the sound of an alarm. Although they technically don't speak Impala, they will understand that sound very much so, that something is wrong. A predator is in the vicinity. The wildebeest were also looking. We've got a lovely little wildebeest here as well. However, everything seems to have died down, so it could have just been maybe a smaller predator. The other morning, Darby and I actually came across a herd of impala that were very upset, alarm calling like crazy. We couldn't believe it. And when we actually investigated, what we found was an African wildcat. I was very surprised. It was great to see a wildcat, but I was also surprised to see the reaction of the impalas towards that wildcat. But it's literally just that shorter day length in April, an environmental cue that takes place. I will come back to that in just a moment. sorry about that, everyone. What I was saying earlier was about that really sort of basic environmental cue that spurs on a chain reaction in the wild. And I love learning about these cues that are picked up on by various different species, especially those birds that migrate. There's a specific cue that just triggers a reaction inside of them that says it's time to migrate. And I guess that's what happens with the impala. I know we're not looking at any impala, but they were shouting behind us moments ago. That just that shorter day length, so that sort of less amount of time of ambient light in April actually triggers a testosterone rise in the males. So that environmental cue then triggers a biological cue within the hormone levels of the males. And this rise in testosterone, which is a biological cue, brings on a behavioral change. And that behavioral change is naturally that they start to separate from their bachelor herds. They start to separate from their group associations and say, we were friends, but right now I don't want to be your friend anymore. And that's when you start to see all of these rams on their own at the very, very start of the rutting season. And then what they do is set up little territories, temporary territories, and naturally, as you know, they start to compete. They all want to mate with as many females as possible to be the most successful ram. And that's when that noise comes in, that snorting sound. I'm not going to do it. I'm still a little bit choked with this cold. I'm not going to attempt to make any sound with my nose. But that snorting sound that Bev was potentially asking about is a way of creating space for your territory using vocalizations. There's different ways you can defend a territory, and the impalas do it during the rutting season by that vocalization, as well as obviously fighting and horn clashing too. And the behavioral change in males, which has been brought about by a biological change in hormones, then changes the behavior of the females. Intrinsically, the females understand that a change is taking place, and the females will then, from a sort of behavioral change to reverse, go through a biological change, which is coming into estrus, everyone. And of course, the females, it's a bit of a process. It's not immediately into estrus. They will sort of come into estrus very, very slowly until they're in their peak. And then naturally, with the rise in testosterone and the females coming into estrus, mating then takes place. But all of that is spurred on by the shorter day lengths in April. It's all spurred on by the natural ebb and flow of time, which is recognized intrinsically by the body. And I just find that so fascinating. It's not the impala sort of consciously saying, hey guys, it's April now, it's time to start rutting. It's all because of the shorter day lengths, which is lack of ambient light for shorter periods of time, that brings about this entire domino effect. And that within impalas is just incredible. It's another windy day for Madikwe. It's been a windy few weeks, so you may hear the wind, but I will try to stay quiet for long periods of time so you can listen. Especially around the water holes, you can listen to all the ambient noise. Zelda, you love the Madikwe water holes. Oh my goodness, Zelda, me too. I have never experienced water holes like I have in Madikwe, really. That's what makes Madikwe Madikwe. Not, I mean, there are so many things, but for me, that is the special, unique selling point, if you like, about Madikwe, is the huge congregations and aggregations and interactions that happen around a water hole. It's unbelievable, actually. And there are so many water holes. We were trying to figure it out last night, and I think there are around 32 odd lodges, and they all have a water hole. And then there are all the other water holes outside of that. So basically the answer is there are a lot of water holes. It's amazing. I keep scanning for the brown hyena that we saw roughly around this time the last time. And that was just a moment in time, a passing moment. It's not going to happen again, and yet my brain keeps wanting it to. What even is time anyway? Carla, you're asking about native insects. I don't believe just to Madikwe. Now, if you look on the map, Madikwe is a huge reserve, and it's positioned in the sort of northwest province of South Africa. And it's got a really interesting sort of mix of vegetation. Now, the mountain range in the background there is the Dwarsberg. Davi's nodding. He approves, everyone. He approves. And it basically means thirst mountain. And so you have the mountain range, and then you also have sort of mixed ecotone, if you like. There's a bit of bushveld mixed in with the Kalahari. So it's a really interesting landscape. And this reserve within itself is around 75,000 hectares. So in other words, it is absolutely huge. And it is named after the Mariko or the Madikwe River, which we have shown you a few times, which basically forms the basin of the game reserve. So the vegetation and the ecotones within themselves are very unique. However, it is just a small part of this entire area of South Africa. So what I'm trying to say is I don't believe there are any insects that are just native to this reserve in particular, but there definitely will be insects that are only found in this part of South Africa. When Davi and I were here last year, we actually saw the velvet mite. It is absolutely stunning. I'm really hoping that we get some range during our time here and all of the insect life starts to flourish again. It's going to be quite the change, and I really hope that we get the chance to show that to you all. Some of you may know I'm very into insects. I think they are fantastic. And the fact that we get to observe their colourful, dynamic, rich little lives is something very precious. So in answer to your question, I don't believe there are any insects that you only specifically find in Madikwe. Right now, the great diapause is almost coming to an end. The diapause is basically a term used to describe this sort of suspended development of insects. And it will just take such a small volume of water to nourish this landscape, and bam, the insect life is just going to flourish. We already have a lot of butterflies. I think it's the brown-veined whites. A few dragonflies that maybe have a longer life cycle. But trust me, as soon as we get the first rains, Madikwe is going to transform, and I can't wait. I love insects. A fly dive-bombed into my cup of tea the other day, so I rescued it. And I got so upset that it did that. It was a very cold cup of tea. And I rescue it and spend hours helping it to dry out and just have a place to rest before it could fly again. I'm just listening, everyone. Sometimes, as a naturalist, for wild earth, because you're so busy talking and trying to educate people that you do sometimes forget to listen. So I'm just going to take this moment, because some of the zebras are looking around, to just hear, to see if we can hear anything going on around us. We're still just sitting watching the zebras with one wildebeest that might be slightly confused. Or he just really likes to hang out with zebras. I have mentioned this before, but I've really not been in a reserve with this large number of zebras before, really. And it's wonderful. They're incredible animals and strikingly beautiful to look at. But there are a lot of them. Ah, warthog. Also blending in with the zebras. It is really tricky to see with the human eye, or our eyes, where we have positioned the vehicle, but there is water there. It is a really prominent sort of water hole, Flay Pan, and it seems to be really popular. I think it is pumped with fresh water, which is why it will be popular, but it's just difficult to see from where we're positioned, but there is water there, I promise. Okay, I actually think we're going to sit here a little bit longer to see what else comes. It's only getting warmer, but as we sit here, we are going to send you guys over to Cedric, who's now in Mashatu.
Yes, definitely, Lauren, is fantastic that you're just sitting around there at those watering holes. It seems like today is going to be definitely a good day to sit there and actually wait for all these animals that's coming down to drink. I'm still here at the Mashatu waterhole in Botswana. As you can see, I've got a nice herd of giraffe. Busy having a good early morning drink around here. As you can just see, this big male very close to us, much darker, much taller compared to the others, which is pretty much females on the right hand side. And also just having a good drink. So always they say it's either a croucher or a spreader. So like when they go and drink, they either spread their front legs from like side to side to get really low, or they will crouch. In other words, they'll bend their knees forward, and they'll actually then kind of, well, not forward, they'll put their front legs forward and they'll bend their knees a little bit in the backwards position, and then they can actually get low enough to drink. So each giraffe will have its own little technique on how to get low and how to get to that water. You can imagine being such a tall animal with a male about 5.5 meters, females about 4.5 meters. Alright, let's see if we can get to these ones here. We're going to get in a little bit closer. You can hear the blacksmith lapping in the background. Oh, I think I went too far in. Let me go out. There we go. In frame. So yeah, you can see female 1, 2, so it's all three of them are females. You can just see the ossicones, the horns on top of the heads, very thin and that hair, as well as the sides. And also on the underbelly, on the belly itself, if it's a male, you can actually see that little bump on his belly, where the females do not have that bump. It's also amazing, you can see how they sometimes flick that head up when they're pretty much coming up from having a drink. You can imagine going all the way down like that with such I can say complicated heart system, where it's pretty much beating about 160 beats per minute. Big heart, 10, 11 kgs, and then what they have got, and I know it's they call it a blood sponge, but it has pretty much a lot of blood vessels that's situated just below the brain itself, and of course that just regulates the blood flow. So when they do come up, they actually flick their heads back in a manner just to kind of regulate that blood flow. Beautiful long manes on their neck. And you can see there's a purple tongue. You can see when you see that tongue that's sticking out. And of course, the reason for that purple tongue is just that there's a lack of nerves. Oh, they just ran. Why did they just go? Well, come back. I just decided. Oh, right, anyway, I don't know what I just decided to. Oh, it's elephants. Oh, yes. Oh, hello. Here comes a whole herd of elephants. I tell you, these dams are going to be pumping today with the heat around at Mashatu in Botswana. Look at them. I wonder what they're going to come and do. They just spoiled the poor giraffe's drinking session. I think maybe they're going to come for a bath. Yeah, maybe they're going to come for a bit of a splash here. Let's see. Maybe they're going to have a little bit of a wallow like the warthogs were doing earlier. Yep. There we go. Oh, a whole huge family. Nice herd of elephants. Looks like there's a lot of excitement in this herd. A couple of young ones there as well. Oh yes, definitely all getting into that mud. Spraying the mud under the bellies, behind the ears, on their flanks. Just making sure they're going to get kept nice and cool on a day that's going to be pretty much, I think, reaching around 35, 36 in Mashatu, if I'm not mistaken. Some of them having a nice little drink from a little spot there. Most probably that's where like the pump. You can see where all those rocks are. Many times you'll find that a lot of these areas will actually pump these pans. If they don't do it, I'm sure that water would have been finished a long time ago. And of course, when that pump runs, maybe borehole water, if it comes out of those pipes, elephants love the clean water, and they'll always will head over to where that pipe is. I'm talking about weather there at Mashatu. It looks like 37 degrees Celsius today. That's like 99 degrees Fahrenheit, up to about 100 degrees Fahrenheit today at Mashatu. So you can understand why these elephants have come down already for such an early morning splish splash, because I think they definitely want to make sure that they are going to be kept cool for the day, and also have a good amount of water to drink in there and take in, so they don't dehydrate. Two little ones. Even those ears are flapping already. You can see how they're really kind of working those ears. A lot of blood vessels behind those ears, so flapping it like that profusely. Of course, what happens is that the skin is very thin on the ears, and when it flaps it actually cools down the blood that's running through those veins on their ears, and then when the blood pretty much circulates through the rest of the body, it keeps the rest of the body cool. It's like an air conditioning system. What a nice little scene of these elephants in Mashatu. One or two has got, you can see that one on the right, looks like the tusk is missing, the one tusk, the right tusk, and it's probably broke off or something, maybe digging up roots or taking off the cambium layer, or you never know, in some way it actually broke off. And if a tusk, elephant tusk breaks off underneath the lip itself, you'll find that tusk will not regrow, because it's, once again, it's a nerve. The nerve ends at the beginning of the lip, and but if the tusk gets broken up off a little bit further out, maybe towards the tip or mid-range, then you'll find that tusk will continue growing. It looks like that one has been broken definitely underneath the lip.
The time has finally arrived. Trusty Rusty and good old Wendy are going into retirement.
A flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo.
It's pulling the mud off the side of the car, Seb.
It has been an amazing journey, but it is time for Wild Earth to bring in some brand new babies, and we need your help naming them. Register on our website and cast your vote for your favorite names, and help us welcome these two new landies into the family.
Yeah, well, we still got it here with the Mashatu, still enjoying these elephants. I'm just taking a look and you can just see how all of them, even that little one is like now playing around in the mud, of course, just caking its body, just making sure it's nice and cool, making sure every part of its body is covered. And they're definitely having a lot of fun, almost like a mud party. The other day at Juma we had a pool party there at Treehouse Dam, and it looks like today we've got a mud party there at Mashatu. I just love this time of the year. I think it's, to me, as I say, it's always October. It's one of the nicest times of the years to actually come, or the nicest month of the year to come down to these areas to come and view game, because yes, it is. I know it's getting quite hot at this point, and on top of that, as well, as you know, it's the rain hasn't come yet, so there's not much water around. There is a couple of pans, there's a couple of wallows. Pretty much pans that's been fed by boreholes like this one, and mud wallows that's still maybe a little bit muddy. But other than that, yeah, it's just so many animals come down to these pans and water holes. It's just incredible. Oh, look at that one! It's just enjoying. No, that is fantastic. That is definitely. Well, there is going to be the naming of the two new vehicles. As you know, Rusty and Wendy are going to be set on retirement. So this time it has finally arrived for our beloved Rusty and Wendy to go, of course, into retirement. And it has been an amazing journey for both of them. But they have been on their last legs over the last few years. So luckily, here at Wild Earth, we have two new Land Rovers to replace them. And we are super excited to introduce them to, of course, all the Wild Earth teams out there and the family out that side. Looking forward to it. So just like with Rusty and Wendy, we need to name our new family members. Definitely, we have to know that. Love your help at home or wherever you're watching. So please send us your votes for the names. You will hit the like. I'm looking forward seeing the two new vehicles. I know it is sad. I love Rusty. I love Rusty Two Bits. I think it's definitely a go-getter vehicle, but I know it is on its last legs, so it's good. It's a good time for that retirement on those vehicles. Good old names. And one of the names there's one name that I put forward for the vehicles. I'm sure for Rusty, and it's the nickname that I gave to Tristan many years ago, because he always, no matter what, even on a normal road, he would get stuck. Even if it was a little bit of rain, he would drive on a road with a Land Rover and he would get stuck. And eventually, I gave him an interesting nickname. And that nickname was Bajiwe. Budgie. Alright, as you can see, those elephants are now definitely done with their wallowing and their cooling down and their drink. See what else are they going to be up to. Maybe we'll get another herd of elephants coming very soon, through here very soon, because, as I say, it's quite a hot day, so we're going to get loads and loads of animals coming down here. Oh, thank you so much, Darcy Miller. Yes, it's definitely out of my norm, but yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Darcy Miller. Yes, enjoying it. I'm enjoying just to see these water holes and how busy they are, and the activities and different species that's coming through at the moment. We saw that black rhino this morning, which was fantastic there at Okokui. So that is something that I've really looking forward getting to see a little bit more of a bird species. I know that I did see now at Okokui not long ago got the black-necked grebe. So that is also one of my firm favorites. Actually, my first time I've seen a black-necked grebe. You usually get the little grebe there in Djuma. It looks like these elephants are moving just further towards the back of the camera. So I'm going to try and head back over to the dam side and see what else is coming around there. I need to do the zoom right. Oh, and I saw the Namakwa dove as well. Unfortunately, it was just very brief. Well, we're getting the Namakwa doves up there at Djuma as well. I've seen them before that side. But they're not as common as, of course, here in the Mashatu and as well there, but especially Namibia side at Okokui. I think there it's more so, hence the name Namakwa, the Namakwa land. Very much on the western side of South Africa, northwest as well. Alright, let's head over a little bit more that way. I want to see if anything else is coming down. If not, maybe. Alright, well, we're going to leave Mashatu here at Botswana. Let's head over to the other dam in Namibia. Let's go over to Okokui. Well, as you can see, so many zebras. Plenty of wildebeest, zebras, springbuck. It is all happening here. And I think it's going to be like this whole day. It's amazing how busy this pan gets. Wow. If I was a predator, I'll be just waiting under those bushes and just waiting for anything to come through here. There's a lot of things happening here. And I think also, and I agree, like I think Lauren was discussing about that yesterday. And I fully agree. When it comes to collective nouns and all that, sometimes it's like, it's nice to hear it. I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's for, it's interesting and all that. But I also agree. Sometimes when you're thinking about like, a murder of crows and, the crash of wildebeest, the crash of rhinos, the confusion of wildebeest, things like that to me as well. It's like, it's nice. I mean, everybody's got their own way and everyone's got their own thinking to it. But I think still just we want to just kind of be really simple and easy. We're just going to put it as like a herd of zebra, not a dazzle of zebra. But of course, the collective noun is a dazzle. I think some of them are quite interesting. Some of them are quite funny. I always thought, I actually made a joke, but it was about maybe 3-4 months ago. I was thinking about, because they were talking, the discussion was about collective nouns on animals. And there was nothing for impalas. So impalas do not have a collective noun, a herd of impalas, or a harem or a bachelor herd of impalas. But impala is always seen as like a guide's joke. We say that M on the back of the impala, the black M, it's a typical like a guide's joke, and we always say, it's a McDonald's of the bush, it's fast food. And thinking about, McDonald's of the bush, now what do you call like a herd of impalas all together? And I thought to myself, McDonald's of the bush, we'll have to call it a franchise of impalas. So that was my thought on that whole thing. So maybe if it's ever one day been said it's a franchise of Impalas, I'll definitely want to claim that one. Anyway. Put a patent on that one. But yes, as you can see, we've got some nice birchals coming down. There's so many animals in the background. So yes, I was talking about that black-necked grebe. I want to see if I can find it. I know it's here somewhere. I think I see it. Oh, there they are. What am I doing? It's in front of the zebra, is it? Yeah, there. Okay, there's black-necked grebe. Nice to get to see these little birdies, of course, swimming around and catching little fish, tadpoles, frogs, anything like that. And you'll see they actually like kind of bob down underwater, and they can sometimes swim quickly underwater, even chasing fish. So, okay, now I'm going out of. Oh, sorry, now I'm completely out. I hit the wrong button. Alright, don't worry, I will be out of this one very quickly. Just have to make sure that, there we go. Done. At least we got some zebras in it. Okay, now I lost them. Alright, we can watch these zebras now until I can try and relocate on those black-necked grebes. But they are interest-specific brood parasitism birds. So the black-necked grebes, meaning that they will use the same species to actually use as a host. So sometimes, not all the time, I'd say it's around about maybe 50-60% of the time they will use that parasitism technique to actually raise their chicks. So they'll lay the eggs in another female's nest, and I'll let that female raise the chicks. Oh, there they are. Right to the left. Sorry, I'm just trying to find them. But see, they're so quick underwater, these little grebes. What's their name? We used to call them dab chicks. That was the old name, dab chicks. So they dab down. I think that was more kind of fitting to grebe. Dab chicks. I like the dab chicks. Almost sounds like, when you're fishing and the thing goes like the float goes down and the fish pulls on the bait, and it actually dabs the little float underneath the water. If that makes sense. Alright, a little bit up. Let's see what we got. All those other zebras coming through. So this is going to be a perfect day for these zebras, especially with those black and white stripes. I think the black and white stripes is going to come into play quite a bit on a hot day as today. Same as in Madikwe there with Lauren. I think with those black and white stripes it helps them really to kind of regulate the temperature through the coloration of that black, white. Black absorbs with sun, white reflects, black absorbs, white reflects. So with that alternation of black, white, it'll create like a nice wind thermal above their skin and it keeps them nice and cool for the day. If you do see wildebeest come down, there is wildebeest right here. As I said that. These wildebeest there. Now if I go like you'll find there's a whole lot of wildebeest. If we go a little bit in, you'll just see that. It's just sometimes if the light hits it just right, you'll find those have got kind of almost like a striping to the sides of them. The sun hits it just right. And with that dark light, the shading, it pretty much also helps them on very hot days, standing in the sun, because they are plains game, just like the zebra. They're all plains game, meaning in the open plains, and sometimes there is no shade around the area. Just kind of a striping of the dark light shading will just assist them. Cool. Yeah, a little youngster very much in the foreground. And you'll usually see the wildebeest. They will drop their calves off in around about end of December. We usually call them Christmas babies, because it's usually around about that time when they'll actually have the youngsters. And the last two that's pretty much enjoying the water. You can imagine with these hooves, imagine like going over these rocks, it must be quite tricky. It's like wearing high heels and you're walking over a cattle grid. Not that I have worn high heels in my entire life, I'm not thinking of doing so. I can just imagine. Alright, well, we sit still here at Okakoyo in Namibia. Let's head over to Ralph as he is in Kariega.
Well, I've managed to catch up with Thandi and her two calves, Mtetu and Sia, who looks like they've been enjoying a lovely mud wallow, and now performing the important task of sleeping. Every now and then they do get up. It's like they hear something, and then they jump up, and then they lie back down. You can see those ears constantly listening out, and the sun is still coming and going, very patchy. There's wind coming through as well, so blowing the clouds across. There they head off into the sun again. They just never stop moving, do those ears. But a beautiful setting here on the eastern side of Kariega. They're not the only animals out here on the plains. Some waterbuck. Looks like a couple of them just entertaining a bit of fighting there. Nicely locked up, seems. Haven't seen too many waterbuck here in Kariega. It's So it's nice to see them out. Doesn't look like anything too serious. They're just having a bit of a practice fight. Jamie, yeah, it's fascinating how, and stunning, the different colours and contrasts here on the Kariega Reserve, with the green lush vegetation. A bit more going on there. And then the animals that stand in stark contrast. What's going on? These guys look like they're having a bit of a run around. It's often like my dogs at home. Sometimes one of them barks and then they all go running off, and the first one didn't know why he barked, but everybody following in on the non-occurrence. Let's go out and get a better picture here, as they're still going at it. Blessbok watching on. Yeah, red-throated wryneck calling, if you can hear it over the wind. So rhino do spend a large part of the day doing what they're currently doing, lying around. I'd say similar activity to lions, where they sleep for big parts of the day. Rhino only really get up to feed, but they do enjoy wallowing and sleeping. And that blessbok there's got a bit of an itch. Some baboons calling off in the distance. I like that call. They sometimes do just like a wah! It's almost like they're waking their mates up. And often when baboons or monkeys alarm call, for whatever reason they are calling, you often find the other animals getting very nervous. But it doesn't seem like any of these are nervous at all. It's awesome, the species diversity here as well. On one plain you've got all sorts of different animals. It is rather windy. When I do go in like that, it gets a bit wobbly, so I'll prefer to stay out of it for your viewing pleasure, otherwise it does get a little bit too shaky. Cool Runnings, nice, what do you say, name or hashtag or whatever it is, label. Yeah, there were some oxpeckers here earlier. I don't hear them or see them now. It seems like most of the oxpeckers hang on the giraffe currently. I think it's where the most ticks can be found. When the giraffe moves through that, immediately you start hearing them and see all the oxpeckers, and that's where I've seen them on animals the most here on Kariega. And remembering that oxpeckers were pretty much extinct in these parts, and it's only been in the last decade or so, maybe even less, sort of 7-8 years, that there's been some reintroduction of them, and there was a lot done on Amakhala, and I know the guys that were involved with that, and so they've sort of come back again, but the numbers are not what you have in the Lowveld at all. And there's no yellow-billed oxpeckers here, and it seems like it's all coming from or stemming from the reintroduction projects that they've done in those last few years. But we seem to be seeing more and more of them every year, so it is wonderful to see. And the reason why they would have gone extinct was because of there's a lot of farming in this particular region. Because of the high carrying capacity, because of it being in the Sweetveld, it's obviously one of the best places to farm many different ways, whether it's agriculture or with livestock. And with that, some of the bad historically farming methods to eliminate pests, to eliminate predators, etc., have obviously impacted on many of the different wild species, and oxpeckers were one of them. You know, it's a lot of dipping and pest removal, mostly around the ticks and the fleas, resulted in the birds being poisoned as well. So there was obviously a big die-off of them, but now they've started to come back. So that's great news.
Explorers, we want to hear from you. Join us on the 9th of October at 7:30 p.m. for another town hall with the CEO of Wild Earth, Graham Wallington. Open to all levels of explorers. We truly value your input, and so we want to hear your questions, feedback, and suggestions. And as always, Graham will answer you and update you on the goings-on behind the scenes here at Wild Earth. See you.
So there you can see how the rhinos, how they've sort of changed colour because of the soil that they've been wallowing in. And I've also seen that with many different elephants, obviously, where they take on the different soil colours of the environment that they live in. Now we're chatting about all sorts, from rhinos to blesbok and birds and waterbuck. What else would you like us to talk about, or what do you want to comment on? Please jump on board with us. Send it through. Escape to nature with us. Especially those Etosha elephants. I've been asked many times if they're leucistic or if they're albino or white elephants. It's amazing if you see them after the rain. They all turn grey again. And so, no, they're not leucistic or albinos or any kind of white elephant. They just take on that calcrete white colour that is in the whole Etosha area, where it used to be an inland sea fed by the Kunene River, and then once it receded with the tectonic movements and leading it towards the ocean, and you had all that mineral salts and calcrete left behind. So the white rocks obviously form white soils, and when elephants go for a bath, they spray themselves with water, and then afterwards they go and they dust bathe, throwing all that white calcrete soil over themselves and then making themselves turn white. But these rhino, you can see, not white, they turn themselves more of a browny orange or fawn colour, almost like the colour of impala. But when it rains, they'll turn grey again. Seems like a bachelor herd. There's waterbuck. That's probably why they were all chasing each other around and fighting a bit. So all calm and quiet. And I must report that I have seen the first little grebe chicks. The signal wasn't great and I couldn't show you that, but I'm going to carry on trying. So we have our first chick. I'm not sure how many chicks there are that have hatched, but there's definitely at least one. So, good news. They're still sitting on the nest, so I'm sure that there are still a couple of the eggs that haven't hatched. And sooner or later we're going to see them piggybacking on mommy and daddy's backs. I'm going to carry on moving around the eastern side. Nadia, which one is my favorite photo? I got some very nice giraffe photos, also ostriches. Yesterday, even though I didn't go live, I got the little lapwing and its chick. Also very brand new little chick yesterday. So that one's quite special. Sure, which one is my favorite? I haven't even thought about it. I think maybe one of the giraffe. There was also one with the giraffe eating prickly pear. I've never seen that. Thorns and all, like an elephant. But they obviously got such thick skin that it didn't matter. And it was just eating, not just the fruits, the whole plant. It's biting off whole pieces and eating it. Big thorns, small thorns, I could not believe my eyes. I won't even put my hand anywhere near that, let alone put it in my mouth. So yeah, I think one of the giraffe photos, not them necking. It's difficult to take photos of them necking. It just comes out weird. You know, you've got them in sort of weird stances. But also the ostriches, especially when there was the couple, the two of them on either end of the photo. That one was a nice one. There's also one with a cormorant that had a frog. There was one that was posted yesterday, I think. That was with the giraffe and the youngster. The youngster was trying to drink milk, but then it landed up, she was then looking at me and the youngster was drinking water. That was quite a nice photo. I am getting better at the photos. It's difficult when you're not very close to the animals, because it sort of becomes a landscape photo with some animals in it, and it's difficult. For me, that's what I found the most difficult. When you're up nice and close to them, you can take photos of different features of the animal, the colors, or so yeah, much easier when they're closer. And then your sort of subject becomes much easier as well. It's like, for instance, this photo here now. I mean, we'd have to make the rhino the subject. Then you don't want to put it totally in the middle, so just off of center. And then you'd have to wait also that the color and the light just comes through. Otherwise it's just very grey. Even though the grass is green, it just dulls everything. So as soon as that light comes through, and especially if it then shines on the rhinos, it could make a lovely photo. Not really coming through yet, but it's not bad. It almost then highlights them as part of the scenery, but then puts them into focus. Red-fronted tinkerbird and the red-throated wryneck constantly calling, with the somber green bull as well. And lots of little sunbirds. Looks like a greenback Cameroptera. Southern boo-boo. And we learnt that the other day, well, I learnt the other day, that boo-boo literally means a long flowing garment. And I think it has a lot to do with the long flowing or liquid type calls of the boo-boos. In the way that they say long flowing garment, but I think it's down to their calls. Emerald spotted wood dove calling his sad story. And the rufous naped lark. Sweep, 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 sweep. There's also some Cape longclaws. Meow. Cat-like call. So, all calm on the eastern side of Kariega. Thanks, Darcy Miller, as always, for jumping on board with us. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And thanks for the compliment. I must say, yeah, I think some of the ostriches and that are decent, but I do need to get better with the photos. As I say, I'm going to move around a lot more and try and get closer. But the ostriches, yeah, they've really put up a show for me. So I just don't want to take too many ostriches photos, and then it's only them. But I think that you're probably right. I think the best ones are probably the ostriches. Maybe second with a giraffe. Nice big topics to be able to photograph. So I'm going to try also get a little bit more diversity. See what else we can find. I've seen that the dung beetles have slowly started to come out. So maybe I'll get some photos of them as well. But the idea is also to take the photos while we are live, so that you, the viewers, can relate to the photos that I have taken. So I won't be taking any photos when I'm not live. I have posted some photos when I wasn't live, but that was because we had sort of technical issues and maybe I didn't go live that day. So I've still just tried to get some photos up anyway. So, and as you said about ostriches, Darcy Miller, there's one just showing itself on the left hand corner. That backdrop of river and valley euphorbia. Also a lot of cycads here in the Eastern Cape. Very special plants, those. Some Egyptian geese coming over. So it's like a rhino cuddle puddle. You wouldn't know that there's two to the right of Thandi there. And he does get a little bit cross with Mtetu sometimes. He's the older boy, because Sia's, yeah, he's just under 2 years, but Mtetu can be a bit boisterous sometimes. So yeah. Looks like the waterbuck have also taken to lying down. Probably need to do some ruminating. So rhinos feeding on about 50 kilos of dry plant matter per day and defecating about 20 kilos every single day. That's moving a lot of grass. As that blessbok now goes wandering through. Heidi, yeah, I must admit, it is one of the most spectacular game reserves I have been at in terms of the scenery and the wildlife. Very special, very unique, and very special birding and plants, and also being in between the two estuaries, the Bushmans and the Kariga River, just adds another whole perspective to a game reserve. And we do say this is the home of the big 7 as opposed to just the big 5. Well, here you can go down the Kariga River or the Bushmans, get to the beach, and have that whole marine world available as well. Where else would you be able to go out on the boat in the morning to the beach, potentially see whales, and be on game drive watching elephants in the afternoon? Very special location. We often see dolphins. I surf with them regularly, and there's been quite a few whales around recently too. A lot of humpbacked whales. And this area is one of the best areas for chokka. We call it chokka, but calamari in the world. Some of the best calamari that you will get anywhere is here. And it's crazy because the chokka boats, they come into the area around Port Alfred. There's a lot of the breeding grounds are there. And it's a very sustainable resource, folks, so you don't need to worry about squid and those the calamari that they do catch, because once they have spawned, they're pretty much ready to die. So it's very sustainable, but the guys come in, they catch them, and they don't even touch our shores. They go to Gqeberha and they get flown around the world because it's the highest quality of calamari that you'll find anywhere. And we've had some of it when we've been out on the boats and we've caught them, and it's crazy because the calamari that we get here, when you cook it, it turns white, and it's very easily becomes rubbery. And apparently that's from Indonesia, which is imported. And all of our calamari, some of the best in the world, doesn't even touch or see South Africa. It goes to Gqeberha, Port Elizabeth, and it gets flown around the world. And when you cook that, it doesn't go white. It stays almost transparent, as they are when they are caught. So it's interesting to know that the calamari that we eat here isn't even from South Africa. Yeah. Now, there are some other animals coming out into the plain here, joining that ostrich. It's our Papio usernus, the bobjans. Wow, that looks like a big male, that. It almost looks like a silverback gorilla. It's a shame the wind's coming up again. There's a Knysna woodpecker calling. Similar call to the barn owl, although the barn owl more of a whereas the Knysna woodpecker is just a little squeak. But it does have a similar call. And for me, when I first heard it many years ago, I never even thought that would be a woodpecker. For me, the strangest of all the woodpeckers' calls. Looks like these baboons are going to move into the plains here. Maybe also eat some of the yellow button flowers, amongst other things. A couple of days ago there were also the termite alates, which were all out, and I really enjoyed watching the monkeys catch and eat them. It's like a sport. Everybody's running around, jumping in the air, catching them, some on the floor, some on the, and catching them in flight. It's like flying treats. There's none around now though. I haven't seen any alates since then. The waterbuck seem to have stopped relaxing. Now they're also moving through it. All the bulls. It's crazy. As soon as the clouds open, it's hot. As soon as they close, it's cold. You have to take your jacket on and off the whole day. So, like we say, this is beautiful scenery, especially with this lush green grass, the yellow button flowers, those river and valley euphorbia up on the kloof there. Just makes for stunning scenery. Somewhere else where it's also stunning scenery but completely different is Okukuyo.
Yes, Ralph, definitely quite a contrast to what you've got there down at Kariga in the Eastern Cape, as I am at Okukuyo at the moment, here in Namibia at the waterhole. As you can see, it is so busy. Look at all those zebras coming in. It looks like they are coming to some concert, or there's definitely something happening, but there's so many zebras. I don't think I've seen so many zebras in my life. So yes, that is fantastic. Amazing to see this. And of course a couple of springbuck around in the area, some gemsbok in the background, wildebeest that they were around here not too long ago, but they moved on. But these virtual zebras are now, I'm not even going to count, it's pointless. It's like the stream, it looks like ants that's coming towards like where syrup has been spilt on the ground or something. But this is definitely what makes it so amazing, and like it's fascinating for myself as a guide, just to kind of come and take a look at areas like this, and just to really observe zebra numbers like this, to talk about zebra numbers like this, springbucks and gemsbok. It's definitely something that we must never kind of, I believe, never wear blinkers. We have to be really open-minded when it comes to looking at other things around the area, and like other species and other areas and all that. It's very important for us just to kind of take that in, and exactly what's happening at Okokuyo at the moment. I'm actually quite impressed that I've even kind of pronouncing this pan pretty well now, Okokuyo. Actually, yesterday I was fumbling all over the show with that name. But yes, also coming back about Ralph's, where the southern boo-boo got the name, and I always thought the southern boo-boo got the name from is where a bird flew, and it flew into a tree and it made a boo-boo. So I thought that's where they got the name from, but I guess not. Maybe that was just my own prediction. But yes, I'm sure the bird has got a little bit more kind of savvy than I do. So yes, what's happening? And they're all running. What's happening? Oh my goodness. Chaos. I wonder what somebody gave them a bit of a scare there. I wonder what. And now they're all going to return back to the water again. So it just shows you how quickly they react to any, with each other. As soon as there's something, as soon as something feels like it's a threat to them, they make their way out very quickly out of the water. And oh, look at this! We've got a big grey animal that's just appearing on screen. We've got a big male elephant. Lovely. Hello, boy. I'm sure he's going to go straight to where that water pipe goes into the dam, or into the pan. Pan. I'm trying to go look for some nice clean water that's going to be coming out of those pipes there. He's still enjoying. Oh, he's looking back that side. Maybe another elephant might be approaching. You never know. And so far, it's just him by himself. And you'll find many times males will be by themselves. They won't hang around with those big herds. It's of course those herds is pretty much like the family herds, the matriarch and all the calves and the teenagers and all that. Where the males, they usually when they get to a certain age and testosterone starts building, they'll find that they become too aggressive with those little calves in those herds, in the family herds, and then those matriarchs and the females in that herd will kind of push them out and chase them away. It's like, well, they do not tolerate any aggression. And then they'll move on. But this guy is quite an oldish male. You can see the indentations on his head. I mean, as I said, they get up to about 70 years old, plus minus in this area. And then maybe a Botswana area. And I'm sure this one may be a good, I don't know, plus minus 50, 55. You see quite a big boy. Big head, thick trunk. Of course, the indentations on his temples is quite deep already. Well, as you notice, Graham Wellington, our CEO, will be hosting a town hall tonight. That's, of course, tonight at 7:30. That's Central African time. And this will be for Wild Earth Explorers only. And this is a chance for all of you to give your feedback, your suggestions, complaints, or anything else that you feel could help Wild Earth shape its product. So Graham will answer all questions and give some interesting behind the scene information about what is going on. That is tonight. It was the town hall talk with Graham Wellington. That's 7:30 Central African time. Wonderful. Look at this scene. Okokwayo is just riddled with life all over the show. And these poor zebras are running back and forth. I don't know if they must run or if they must drink. It seems like they're trying their best to keep their composure here in the water and drink as much as possible, as it is going to heat up quite a bit around these areas today. I think around the Namibian side is going up to about 33, 34 degrees Celsius. I love that background noise. But let's just take a bit of a moment to reflect around the watering hole and enjoy the noises. And maybe we can hear something else coming through. I don't know what is really getting to those zebras and what's really spooking them every time outside, but definitely they're not too happy. But as well, you can hear that in the background as well with the noises of that zebra. I love it. I love that noise. It's absolutely stunning. When I hear that as well when I'm on game drive, it feels like, Africa. I'm in Africa. And that just reminds me of how special and how lucky we are to be around these places. I'm hoping that our black rhino will make an appearance again for us, maybe later on. We did have him earlier this morning, coming down to the water hole. suppose he's gone off. It just shows also how important that trunk is for the elephants. I mean, there is a disease called a lazy trunk disease. So what happens is sometimes it's a very uncommon thing, but sometimes what happens is that the nerves in the trunk will pretty much perish or die, and then they will have no mobility of that trunk anymore. So they can't even suck up any water to spray into their mouth, so they cannot drink. Feeding will be no problem. They can always go around to bushes and actually use their mouths and just really kind of feed. I've seen that before. And when it comes to drinking, they're going to struggle to really get any water into their system, and they'll actually then, unfortunately, they will usually die of dehydration. I remember we had an elephant like that many years ago in an area in the Swabi Sands called Nkoro, and exactly the same thing. Ended up there with the elephant that had a lazy trunk disease, and it was just not a happy moment for that elephant, which is very sad. And looks like all the virtual zebras are slowly but surely starting to make their way back to where they came from. That's probably getting back to do some grazing somewhere and get some food. Oh, sorry, I just clicked on that one there. I think I went a little bit too quick for me there. Oh, Sharon, it looks like this elephant hasn't got any tail hairs. There's those tail hairs around their tail. Oh, well, at the end of the tail. Not around the tail, but at the end of the tail. Even nothing. It hasn't got the L at the end of the tail. Not the biggest of tuskers, but I mean sometimes we've seen huge tuskers before, and but it seems like maybe his tusk is broken off. It looks like the left one is not. It seems like it's cracked, or it's something that might have broken off during the time. Oops, let's see if I can get a better shot of it. Yeah, I can see it's not really like I can see it's actually got a bit of a kind of a rigid a point, so I'm sure that has broken off somewhere during the time of his life. Carol, no, that's like saying it's the problem there is if they've got no function of the trunk. Well, look, if they've got no mobility, if they can still suck water and spray it in their mouth, yes, then it'll still be fine. But if there's no mobility on that trunk and it cannot suck any water and it cannot even pull the trunk back to the mouth to actually kind of spray water into their mouth, well, the problem is then it's going to be an issue because they're not going to be able to drink. I mean, there's no ways the elephant is going to lean down all the time to drink that amount of water. There's no ways. It's then you have to suck water, and they're not built to do that. The elephant is built to spray water in the mouth, and that's the way they can drink. But yes, if it's a lazy trunk or if it's a trunk problem and it's got no mobility, then it definitely could be fatal for them. But other than that, I mean, the trunk is quite a vital thing. They use it for many things. Very important for them. But I also remember there was an elephant, we used to call him Tap Tap, and he was in the Kruger National Park. And he used to actually walk around. He was completely blind, and he's been blind for many, many years. People actually used to follow him and used to make sure that he's still around. And became an old male, and he actually used his trunk as a walking stick. So that's why they call him Tap Tap, because he used to tap his trunk all the time on the ground and make his way around thick areas, make his way to rivers and all that, just by using that trunk. So I think that trunk is definitely very important to them when it comes to many things. So yes. He's still enjoying. Oh, we've got some kudus coming down as well, so it's nice to see kudus also approaching the Kokoyo waterhole. So if I can just zoom into them there. Zebras and young male kudu there with these females. Let's just go there. So the kudus is pretty much the large antelopes there with it's got those big ears and nice white stripes that's running down the flanks. There's a young male that's also part of them there. The females do not have the horns, and of course the males do. Oops, down. I'm trying to see if I can just get the right place. There we go. My panning was all over the show there. And you can see that nice young male to the right of the female. And of course one day when the male gets nice and big, he's definitely going to get much larger than the female. And then of course those horns on him is going to turn out to be beautiful spiraled horns, like these real corkscrew kind of horns. Let's look at this. Just this one female. Rest of the herd of kudu decided to leave the waterhole, but she'll join them now because kudus, they pretty much are family groups. So you'll find that this female is pretty much a daughter, or sister, or mother of one of the other females that's also part of it, part of the kudu group. And we've got a beautiful gemsbok coming in now as well. One of the other antelopes. With a gemsbok, you'll find the male and the female have horns, where the kudu is just the males that got the horns. Oh, but look at that. What a beautiful specimen of an antelope. They are polygamous, so they're all pretty much, there is no one partner with gemsbok. They really got, sometimes in big herds of 20, 30 of them. And they have pretty much a dominant male in those herds, with a couple of younger males, less dominant, and then of course the females. We'll try and catch up with him again. There's a kudu there. Looking quite intense. Looking at something. It's a little bit down from the waterhole. Alright, we've got a nice elephant as well that's still hanging around. Still that male elephant that was there just now. So he's still hanging around the water, still enjoying that clean water. Of course, the Gemsbok is going a little bit further, pretty much in the center of the dam, or the pan. Dam. Exactly. Well, this is this is an interactive experience, so please, if you've got any suggestions, any questions or comments that you want to send through to us, please do so. We are here to answer any of them and listen to your comments or suggestions, as this is your escape to nature. And it would be nice to get a feline animal today, maybe a lion or something. It would be very nice. Maybe later on, you never know, once it starts cooling down, as it is way too hot now. As you can see, that this dam is really quite active with animal activity at the moment. Well, even so, even if you've been to Okaukweo, if you've been to this pan during your times, please, if you've seen a fantastic sighting at this pan, let me know. Send it through. I'd like to hear your stories about Okaukweo. Which I have never made my way into that area, but I have gone into Namibia, but I did not go all the way up towards the Tosha area. Pretty much I went as far as a place called Swakopmund, with a beautiful town in Namibia. Alright, well, we're going to continue to sitting here and at Okaukweo and see what else is going to come down. Let's head over to Madikwe and see what Lauren has got to show you.
Bit of an unusual sighting for us here in Madikwe. We see baboons quite a lot, but we've actually not been terribly successful putting them on camera. But naturally, we've moved on to Melarani Pan. Not much is happening, but across the road from the pan, we have baboons. And I just spotted that tail hanging down, and I thought, that's a funny looking branch. Oh, yes, no, that's a baboon. Perfect place to be to scan. And get shade, although I'm not sure about the shade on this tree, but it's a perfect place if you're a baboon. Climb up a tree, take rest from the ground, and just chill. I think it's just one baboon. You don't see any more in that tree, do you, Dove?
There is another one.
Ah, yes, I thought I saw movement. Come on, guys, come out into the open. I don't actually trust my own eyesight in the bush. Sometimes I just see things I want. I see leopards everywhere. Your eyes can really play tricks on you here and out in the wild, especially if you're really focused on finding that one thing. You start to see it everywhere. Is that a jackal, Davy? Yes, we've got a jackal arriving at Melarani Pan. We've moved on from Flay Pan. And I think we've got a jackal over here. I actually think it's time for Lauren to get her binos out. Davy, that's the one we saw before. I'm sure this is the same individual. It looks very, very ill, everyone. It's not looking very healthy. It's being watched by the guinea fowl. It's missing a lot of its tail. It's missing a lot of its fur. I'm sure it's the same one. We actually saw it here the last time. Oh, shame. Oh, look at his tail. I don't know if it's just a serious case of mange. I haven't had that good a look, or if it's something more serious. It is quite common for jackals to carry rabies, but I wouldn't imagine, that's not safe for the rest of the reserve. Where did it go? How's at the other side, Dove? Oh, you've got to love this, Anthony. I'm not going to turn the engine on. The aerial is there. We just have to deal with it. This is not a very well jackal. Poor wee soul. A lot of jackals that do suffer from rabies, and I'm not saying that's the case here, I'm not sure. They drink a lot of water. We saw some in Swallow who just permanently be around water bodies. Very, very thirsty.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
fascinating scene. Did you see that little stare off? It's not too often we get to see kudus drink as well. They do come down to the waterhole, of course, but they don't spend as long around the waterhole as the likes of zebra do. JP, I don't know if I could answer specifically for Madikwe, I'm afraid. I don't think anyone has that answer. But on average, and it is just average figures, they say between 10 to 12 years for a blackback jackal. But naturally, that will differ across the board. Really, it's sort of just a ballpark figure. It will depend on how many other jackals there are, how many other competitors there are, predators there are, resources, size of the area. So really, it's quite a tricky one to answer, but the average figure is between 10 to 12 years in the wild. But for Madikwe, I don't know. He's not a well-looking jackal. I will report it though, just in case anyone needs to assess what could be wrong. What a fascinating sighting. And before I forget, please do talk to us, everyone. Otherwise, I would just be on this safari all alone, stuck with Darby. And Darby will get bored of me talking after a while. So you must talk to us. Send in your comments and questions, because this is a live safari and an interactive one after all. More zebras making their approach. It's amazing just watching a waterhole. Just a conveyor belt of different species constantly coming down. Isn't this just wonderful? I do think we are going to head on to another waterhole soon, but for now, you guys are going to head on over to Cedric, now in Okokoyo.
Yes, I'm still here at Okakuya at the nice little pan, and as you can see, it is definitely so vibey with so much animals coming down back and forth. Gemsbok, some springbok here in the foreground, some zebras coming through, a nice big male elephant as well. Just like what Lauren says, there's like a conveyor belt of animals coming back and forth to these watering holes. Definitely would be. But even these Gemsbok, as you can like, it's interesting that the Gemsbok, they're the ones that keeps on going into the center of the pan. And I don't see the zebras, the kudu, the springbok. They do not do that at all. They just pretty much just hug the, I can say the outer rim of the pan. But the Gemsbok, they don't mind at all. It seems like they really do enjoy the water quite a bit, as well for a good cooling down process. And of course, you've got the two little black-necked grebes that's swimming between the Gemsbok there. You can see if I can get them there. As you can see, the two of them just moving along, minding their own business. But sure, at least Gemsbok, their horns are sharp and they're so long. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I don't think I'll get this. I don't know when last I saw a Gemsbok. I think it was in 2013, that's when I came to Namibia. That's when I last seen a Gemsbok. So, and they've got the most beautiful faces and very short heads, but as well as that black and that white markings on their faces, just really stunning. And the male and the female, they both got horns, so it's very difficult sometimes to tell the differences between the two, but apparently the female's horns is much thinner and as well longer compared to the male's. So that is quite interesting. So I'm going to see if I can start spotting the differences between the male and female. Definitely it will be the mission of mine. Little grebes are kind of, not little grebes, but the little black-necked grebes are slowly making their way towards that one. But it was nice to see that Ralph says that there in Kariga they got, the little grebes have got chicks, which is fantastic. You can imagine how small a little grebe's chicks are. That must be so cute to see. I'd love to get to see that. Well, it looks like those two Gemsbok are not making their way out. I think they've done for their morning drink. And also the springboks, so you can see that all these little antelopes that's hanging around the edges. Of course, South Africa's national animal, the springbok, and you'll find that like our rugby team, they are called the Springboks. You know that rugby is definitely a highly regarded sport here in South Africa. And big Mr. Elephant. Looks like definitely he has been spraying himself with a lot of water and a lot of mud. You can see his face is nice and wet, and on the sides of him as well. Definitely trying to get as much water on him as possible. He hasn't been doing such a good job. Quite blotchy all over the show. I think he needs to do some more work on spraying himself with that water. If you ever see elephants going down to have a drink, just take a look. The first time they take a sip of water, they don't actually drink. They'll actually suck up the water with their trunk, and what they'll do, they'll actually blow it out to the side. And why they do that is they actually do that just to kind of get rid of any mucus that's inside of the trunk itself. So they don't drink the mucus, because elephants are very fussy drinkers. They don't like to have dirty water and water that's full of mucus and all that. So that's why they'll kind of just spray it to the side, get rid of the mucus, and as well as if there is any sediment that is situated on top of the water, they kind of just get rid of that sediment as well, like any debris that's floating around there, so they can at least suck up nice clean water. I'm not saying clean, but at least cleaner than it was. He's a nice big boy, this. I think I'll get all 6 tons, this, definitely. 6,000 kilograms, where a female will get to about 4.5 tons. And you'll find the females, the head of a female will not be like this male. Female's head on the top there is very much like got an angle. Where you find like these males' heads, it's very round, got a nice roundish head, very big head, very big trunk. And you to tell the difference between a male and female in that manner. But definitely, if I was a predator, I would be like waiting around here. I'll definitely be waiting at a pan like this. You can imagine what you could get for yourself. I think it was 2 days ago. Lisa had a pride of lions coming to drink down here at Okakoyo Waterhole. I wonder how many lions. I didn't know exactly the numbers, but I think it might have been a pride. Looks like definitely a nice setup here with all these animals. Just going to enjoy a little bit of the sound of nature. got a fight here at Kokoya now. Well, I don't know why they all ran there. But take a look quickly here. See if we can get maybe the last little bit of action around Okukwil. Alright, well, we are going to just head over to another dam, as we want to see what's happening. Let's go to Djuma Dam and see what's happening around there in the northern Sabi Sands. Alright, here we are at... clearly we've got sounds like a beeping noise in the background there. I'm sure it just sounds like maybe a truck or something. I think it's just reversing there. But yes, we are just taking a look. I always love getting to this dam. I think I'm missing Djuma just so much that I have to get back here again. So let's take a look what we can find around here. I wonder if Dewey's not around. He might be. Did they actually see him around Djuma Dam this morning? Or we can get some cat action. You never know who's going to peer over this dam wall. How many times has Columba come through from behind the dam wall coming to the Djuma Dam? So many times. So I'm just hoping that she does do that again for me. I'll be very happy. It'll be the perfect day. But definitely, you can see it's quite a scorcher of a day. I can just see it already. I don't even have to say much. As I can just tell by Tess and Ali's expressions and comments this morning about the weather. Alright, let's see. And we have to also look for those little lapwings. I wonder if those little baby lapwings or the blacksmith lapwings are not running around on the other side of the dam. I'm just going to... Oh, what do we have there? You got a young male impala that's just all by itself. And there's the rest of your friends. Especially with the impalas and that. Sometimes it can be risky being by yourself like this because if there is any predators, you're by yourself and you don't have extra eyes and extra ears and noses. So being by yourself could be a little bit tricky and risky, but well, maybe he's got more friends. Might be tucked behind a bush or something around this area. Let's go take a look. All those Egyptian geese. I think there's still, how many were there? 7. I think we had that 7 ducklings around here yesterday. I'm sure there must be still somewhere, yeah. Unless they're also taking cover somewhere because it's getting so hot. I heard there was elephants coming down, but I'm just trying to figure out in which direction. Tracy, my best sighting I've had here at Djuma Dam. Well, we had impalas, impalas. We've had wild dogs chasing a Nyala into the dam. That was a few months ago. And definitely, I know it's going to be sad to say, but Tlalamba and her 2 youngsters that were seen at the dam as well. It was a fantastic sighting. I enjoyed every minute of it, especially with the 2 of them hanging around the dam practically the whole day. And even in the afternoon we went out and we found Tlalamba's 2 youngsters just resting under one of the guarri bushes. But yes, it's always nice. This dams are, I mean, I've had so brilliant sightings at all of the dams on Djuma. I can't think of any of these dams that's really been disappointing. No, they've all just been so active. Great sightings. Being at the right place at the right time. Lions coming down. Alright, I just want to see if Dewey is still not around here. Let's double check. I'm struggling to find him. He might have, it's that male hippo, he might be under the water somewhere. Or he's not there at all. I don't know. Yeah, but, we'll try, we'll see. We'll do a little bit of searching there. I'll show you. I might have seen something in the middle. Yeah, let's just go in. I think I'll see where he is. No, it's not. It's just a reflection of something that came up there. But at least I got a bit of a breeze outside. That makes a big difference. You know, without that breeze, without like if it's very still air, then it becomes really quite hot. But then again, the breeze can also be very hot. I mean, that actually can also increase the temperature. We'll definitely keep a close eye on this dam. As I say, I'm sure things will will start, I gotta say, livening up very soon. What is that under the guarri bush? Oh, something here. Oh no, it's a dead stump. I almost thought it was something lying under the guarri bush. It's just a dead stump. Alright. It's another woody animal. I've been having a lot of woody animals over the last week. Thanks, Morgan. Yes, definitely close both eyes and imagine if it is a leopard, then it would be a leopard. But yeah, clearly it's not. So let me move on. Let's see if I can see anything else that's coming through to the dam. And the trees. Sometimes we get that Nile monitor that actually rests on this fallen over tree, this dead tree that you see very much in the center. Sometimes we get that Nile monitor. Yeah, I want to see if we can find it here again. Especially that it's a hot day. I enjoy sunning, ectothermic, kind of warm up their body for the day. Try and get that mobility going. Or is it? What's on top there? No, it's not. Right. Now I'm going to pull out there. There you go. Yeah, but this dam has definitely given so many great sightings. That's why I was like, when you say that, which was the nicest sighting around there? Oh wait, I did see that hippo. You were right there, Morgan. Yeah, there is a hippo there. You're very much right on that one. Almost doubted you. Almost thought you were seeing same things as me, logs. But it's just gone under the water. Yeah, I think definitely. I think he noticed that I was going to get onto the dam cam of Djuma, and he's like, "Nah, I'm not going to show face. I'm going to stay underwater." I just want to make sure I did see something. Hopefully, my eyes ain't playing tricks with me. It's so nice hearing the migrants coming back. A lot of the cuckoos. So it was nice the other day listening to the Pitmay the red-chested cuckoo, around on there on Chitwa side. And listening to, of course, apparently I heard that the black cuckoo as well. I haven't heard that one yet. I'm so sad. I haven't heard that one yet this season, but I know they should be arriving pretty much now. All our migrants. No, I don't think there is a hippo now. Now I'm thinking twice. I thought I did see something, but I don't think twice now. Alright. Struggling to see this. Mate, what is that in the water there? Maybe something in the water there, but yeah. Alright, I'm not gonna. I'll wait for him to. If there is a hippo, yeah, I'm sure we'll see it. But yes, if you've got any comments or any suggestions or anything that you want to see come down here to one of these dams, as you know, we are live, we are interactive. Please send us those suggestions. Let us know. Sorry, let us know. And yes, and I'm hoping that we can find that specific species of animal or even a character. You never know. And I'm sure a lot of suggestions will be Tlalamba or Marips. Apparently, Marips was seen inside Torchwood this morning. So, well, you never know. You might come across Chitakatlan. I think Morgan said she just heard the hippo on the dam cam. I might have missed it. I might have been talking too much, and then I think I missed the noise. I don't know. Sorry, Morgan, I did not hear that. I might have, as I said, I think I might have been, you know, when I'm talking, sometimes I'm talking inside my head. Alright, let's just go a little bit closer. But you might be right. I'm sure I saw something. Oh, Dewey isn't here. Ah, indeed. Alright, of course, FCL Morgan and Nadine, just the one saying that they saw him, and Nadine said he's not there, and Morgan said he is there. Morgan said he heard him. Nadine said she didn't hear him. So I'm not too sure. Did anybody see Dewey at the dam cam? Let me know, please. And maybe I would get an easier answer from one of you viewers. Oh, there they are. Found them.
It's time for another Ask Me Anything, and this time it's with British bush lover Kelly. An adoring mom to her dogs, this nature nut is always busy studying something.
I've screeched to a halt to escort these little reptiles across the road.
From her excellent knowledge of animal behavior to her hopes and dreams for the future, this AMA promises to be a good one. Join Kelly on the 12th of October with your questions ready to ask her anything on Wild Earth.
Alright, so we got our Egyptian geese, ducklings. We did all 7 are accounted for, definitely all around. Yes, I'm very happy for that. But yeah, once again, I do want to say, and I will mention it, that Morgan was correct, and I got a bit of information from other viewers. Dreaming Wild, one of our Zoomies, thank you very much for also clarifying and confirming that Dewey is in the water, and it's just hiding from us. So here's Morgan. I do apologize. Hold on. It's so cute, so cute. Where did I see that new one? I'm actually gonna. Oh yes, that's right. I saw yesterday at Mashatu, a waterhole. There was also Egyptian geese, but only had one little one, like one little baby, one little chick, and very small. It was like the size of these ones, like the head of this chick that you see now. It was very small, but only one. So I might try and look around for that individual during the day. Two, three, four, five, 6, 7. And of course, under the close eye and supervision of the adults, I'm sure they won't be too far behind them. Let's see where is the adult. They should be around here somewhere. Let me just go out a little bit here. Maybe I can get a better view on where the adults are. There they are. They're feeding along the water areas, eating all the little seeds and that's around the area. Very protective over the youngsters. So yes, maybe those little ducklings might be heading ahead of them. You know, they're quite far ahead of them, but at the end of the day, those little ones are, if anything comes close to them, the male and the female Egyptian geese will be very quick up and trying to chase that prey away, or predator away. So yes, it might seem like they're quite far, but they can get there very quickly, if need to be. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Just want to go and take a look. Just now we've got something coming down to the waterhole. Definitely waiting for some nice herds of elephant. I think even buffalo, you never know. Maybe the buffalo might even be on their way this side as well. It would be fantastic to see that. Djuma Dam is always utilized by a lot of big herds of buffalo, especially when they're coming in from Buffelshoek area. That's just north of Djuma Dam. And if those big herds of they do come through into Djuma, they'll usually utilize Buffelshoek Dam or Gowrie Dam. That will be the first 2 dams that they will bump into. All right, well, we're going to continue looking around here at Djuma Dam. Let's head over to Madikwe, to Lauren, to see what she has found.
Melarani Pan is the gift that keeps on giving. This giraffe was on her way to have a drink. But the entire population of blue wildebeest, I'm thinking of Amakala. Blue wildebeest decided that they're going to join. It's like the Great Migration of Madikwe. And there's more coming. Sorry, giraffe, you didn't quite get the piece you wanted. Amazing. The giraffe looks so unimpressed. And just an update, it seems that the prognosis for that jackal is severe, sort of far advanced mange. It's one of the most severe cases of mange I've ever seen. We obviously do see it in the sort of low veld when I used to work in Djuma, especially with the Nkuhumas. They were really bad with mange for a while when I first joined. But it is sarcoptic mange, and it's just a highly contagious skin disease that is spread by the parasitic mites that are sort of the same ones that we would get scabies. If you like, when humans say they've got scabies, it's a very, very similar thing, but animals get it. And it's not the mange that will actually kill the jackal, believe it or not, but the mites burrow right into the hair follicle, and that's very, very itchy. Can you imagine that? So the animal, in this case the jackal, will just itch and scratch and maybe even scrape his body against the log or the ground, and eventually wounds, lesions, cuts, infection settles in, and it just completely weakens the immune system. And I think what's happened to the jackal is he's lost so much hair, his immune system is so weak, he's now seriously dehydrated, which is why we're always seeing him around either Flay Pan or Melarani Pan, and he's potentially going to starve and not make it, which is very sad, but it is a natural disease out here. So I think that's what's wrong with our little jackal. And he won't leave water. He's really, really dehydrated. But wildebeest, where are you going? Where are you migrating to now? Ben, in answer to your question, yes and no. Sorry, Darby's been making up songs while we've not been live, and he's just in one of those moods. Had too many beans, I think. But Ben, yes and no, and I'm going to explain to you what I mean by that. So, indirectly, yes, their alarm calls will alert other species, but directly, no. So let's just use an impala, for example. That sort of iconic snort of the impala is not to alert the giraffe or the wildebeest or the zebra. It's really to alert other impala. Even that sort of barky sound of the kudu is to alert other kudu. However, all these species here, because they regularly sort of are seen in the same space, cohabiting the same space around the same water holes, and they're no threat to one another. So they're not exactly friends, but the wildebeest are not going to harm the zebra are not going to harm the kudu, and so forth. And therefore, they will understand the vocalization of danger. Over time, it will come to a point where the wildebeest does understand that that sound from an impala does mean danger is around. Not only vocalizations, I believe that they will also understand body language and behavior. If all the impala suddenly become very alert around this waterhole and then they all run off, the other species around here will understand something is very wrong. Why are the impala, who were having a lovely cold drink from the pan, why have they all run away? Animals are very much in tune to their environment, and they will be on some level in tune to one another. It benefits them that way, that's why. More eyes, more ears, more nostrils. If I just hang out with the impala here, well, maybe that guy will get eaten and not me. It's herd behavior, sort of mixed herd behavior. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, it will benefit other species, but not directly. That's not why they do it. They're just trying to raise the alarm, really, that something is wrong. Because the predators like lions and leopards here. You do get leopards here. We saw one the other day. They hunt by ambush and stalking and launching out. They rely on that element of surprise. So if all the animals in the vicinity all of a sudden... Was she peeing in the pan? Dear, dear, dear. That's your water hole. If someone spots said predator, like a leopard, and everyone is on edge, everyone is looking, the giraffe, the kudu, the wildebeest, the zebra, everyone spotted the predator, then there's no element of surprise. And more often than not, the predator will just give up because they have been spotted, pardon the pun. Oh, hello, hello. This party keeps getting better. I've literally just spent hours here and so many different species have come down to drink. Tavi, are you able to just zoom in to this one? You see that? I don't know what that is. You see that at its bottom? Ouchie. I'm struggling to tell what it is, whether it's a growth or whether it's the skin has been opened by a claw and it's something from the inside is hanging out. I don't know. Ouchie. I've never seen that before in a zebra. Alan, yes, the giraffe said, is very far from the water, but they manage. They're equipped to do so. Bizarre bodies. Very well equipped, from the muscles to specialized valves, ligaments, allows them to make that awkward move to get down to water. And they know it, they're very aware that it takes a lot. But luckily their bodies are well equipped. They're regularly bending down. I would say giraffes bend down just as much as they stand up tall, constantly foraging on lower sort of trees and shrubbery that's far lower in height than they are. And it was thought for a long time that giraffes must have huge hearts. Not to love, I'm afraid, but to pump the blood all the way against the sort of laws of gravity to the brain. And that was a long-standing belief for a very long time. And giraffe's heart is not any bigger than a similar-sized animal. It's completely relative in sort of proportion. However, the walls of the heart are extra thick, so they are different. They do differ in the thickness of the walls, and that's what helps deal with the immense pressure that actually builds up in the sort of lower half of the circulatory system because of that act of bending down constantly to drink water for long periods of time. And it's said that they register twice as much sort of the blood pressure than other mammals because of that, and it's incredible. Their head is literally so far from the ground that they've got to combat that. So their heart isn't any bigger, but the walls are very specialized. I mean, the brain sits about 5 meters from the ground. It's incredible. It's about 2 meters away from the heart. That's quite the distance for blood to travel, oxygenated blood. The youngster is very sweet. I think it's potentially mother and daughter. The giraffe is actually busy watching incoming impala. They're not there yet, but they're on their way. We do have another species coming in, not just yet. We're just going to wait until they get a little bit closer. That's what you were looking at, giraffe. It wasn't the impala. My bad. Hey. Two bulls, I think. This is just too wonderful. Who's next? Who's going to arrive next? Who knows? Sorry everyone, we just got hit by a massive... Wow. Sorry everyone, we just literally got hit by a huge dust devil. Tommy's laughing. Wasn't that funny? Oh my goodness. They just come out of nowhere. My poor contact lenses. Well, that's lunch for today, Dobby. Did you manage to grab some? Tasty. Wow. The elephants probably enjoyed it. They would have just closed their eyes and probably enjoyed that. I did not. Wind, it just picks up out of nowhere. It's hard to explain this wind in Madikwe. Randy, sorry, the wind is absolutely howling. Randy or Brandy? I like both. Yes, this is an incredible sighting. I'm so glad you got to see that dust devil. They happen a lot, and there's obviously nothing you can do. You just have to let the dust just hit you in the face. Randy, sorry for calling you Brandy, but Brandy is also lovely. It's incredible. We just bounced between two water holes right next door to one another. And it's just been non-stop, and that is Madikwe. Predators also lurk at the water holes. On our first day, when we were just traveling around, we sat at a water hole hoping for elephants. And a warthog arrived. It was Clodam. Lo and behold, lions just appeared out of nowhere and killed the warthog. It was surreal, and then 10 minutes later they took down an impala. So that's why, of course, as you know, many animals are really cautious, because in Madikwe, water points are full of activity constantly. The predators will take advantage of that. And at this very pan, the dogs were here the other day. Lions are regularly here. So it's not just the sort of herbivores that you'll find around the water holes. I wish I could splash myself like that. Victoria. I'm not entirely sure what behaviours you're referring to. Behaviour is obviously a word that covers a lot in the animal kingdom. If you are referring to their inquisitive nature, which I think you might be, especially with regards to the fact that the elephants in Amakhala are very curious about cars. I had probably my all-time favorite Ellie sighting in Amakhala, and naturally I worked in Juma and the Masai Mara, been many places, but I think those elephants in Amakhala are very special. But in terms of just normal behavior, I would say very similar. Not had any aggressive encounters with the elephants here. The herds are all really calm, constantly spending their day seeking out water.
That's the dust devil.
Oh, wow. That's the same one that hit us. Look at that. It's like a tornado. Well spotted, Davy. I was too busy looking at that young boy peeing in the waterhole. And so yes, Victoria, in answer to your question, on a general level, the behaviors are the same. But with regard to that little special aspect where I really did feel those elephants in Amakhala are very, very curious of the car. They seem to just really interact with the car. And I know that sounds strange, but they really do. Never experienced that before. They know the elephants don't. They're very accustomed to vehicles here and they spend a lot of time at water. So you can really easily view them from far away. But we haven't quite had those big bulls or even big cows come up to the car the way we did in Amakhala. So I hope that answered your question. Oh, all these impala are just running out of nowhere. The elephant's not happy about it. Oh, I just love the fact that elephants are always so reactive. We have seen a lot of animals today. What animal would you still like to see everyone around Melarani? Tell me what you would like to see. You can send them through to us along with your questions and your comments. Don't forget. Sorry everyone, there is a very big truck driving past us. So yes, please do talk to us. This is your safari after all. But tell me what animal you would like to see around Melarani Pan. I want to see a brown hyena. Or a serval. What do you want to see, Dove?
Civet.
A civet. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. Potentially at night time you could get lucky there. A friend of ours who works in this reserve saw an aardwolf the other night. So now that I've ticked a brown hyena off my list and I was successful, aardwolf is next. Are they fighting with their trunks over the freshest? I think this might be where the water comes out. Darcy Miller, of course you do. You want to see ostriches. Well, believe it or not, I have a story for you. We did go to find a male leopard for you all the other day, but sadly, signal was just not working in our favor. And on our way back, we bumped into a huge male ostrich, and he was absolutely stunning. I thought of you, Darcy Miller. So yes, that's possible. Are we going to get him in this particular waterhole? I'm not sure. They have areas in Madikwe where they call them the Great Plains, and it really does feel like you're in the Mara or the Serengeti. It's phenomenal. We will try and show you them, and that's normally where they hang out, but you never know. Everybody needs to drink. I think you see ostriches quite a lot on the Africam camera at Tau Dam, but that's quite far from us where we are. Madikwe is just huge. I miss Papa Ostrich from Amakala. Oh.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
by more wind. Not quite a dust devil this time, though. My goodness, it just comes in big gusts. Oh, hello. What are we doing over there? I think we're having a very good scratch. Okay, we're definitely going to sit tight here just in case more Ellies come. But for now, we're going to send you back over to Cedric in Mashatu.
Yes, thank you so much, Lauren from Madikwe's Elephants. Here we are up at Namibia, at Okakuyo. And we've also once again got also 2 male elephants enjoying the watering hole and kind of trying to keep her cool for this very warm day that is pretty much coming about. But yes, definitely animals are coming in and out. They are definitely rolling quite a bit this side. And as you can see, these 2 male elephants are enjoying this bath, a nice mud bath, more of a water bath. A little bit of mud. You'll find that they'll actually put their trunks a little bit further down, right to the bottom, pick up some of that sand, the mud at the bottom of the water, and then of course try and splash themselves with that. I'm going to see if I can get a little bit onto the center here. There we go. Of course, we've got the hind end of them. It would be nice if they could just maybe just be considerate and turn around for us. But clearly looks like they are very happy at what they are doing now. Sometimes it does seem like elephants are a little bit lighter than other elephants or whiter, and that is all due to what mud or what dust they are using to bathe themselves with. Sometimes you get a very light clayish soil type that actually kind of makes them look like they're almost being painted white. And especially here in the Namibian area, a lot of that concrete that hangs around here from those white stones, of course, just really rubbing that off, and if it becomes dust, then they can actually chuck it onto themselves and gives them that real white look, a white elephant. But it just seems like this is nice and dark stuff, a lot of mud. The male on the left hand side is definitely caking himself with a lot of it, making sure that his skin has been protected from today's heat and as well from all the parasites. And then in the background, a lot of Burchell zebras and some as a gemsbok. Wonder maybe they're just waiting for these elephants to move on. There we go. Looks like these 2 have decided to finish off, both at the same time. Synchronized movement. Definitely this waterhole has been very active. At one stage I think there might have been over 60, maybe even 70 zebras at this pan at once, and it's something that I hardly ever get to, well, we never get to see that at Djuma. When we're seeing a herd of zebras, it'll be maybe max 10, 11. But yeah, it's definitely there's no ending on these numbers. A couple of the springboks as well on the one side, on the right hand side. It looks like, no, it's impala, sorry, my bad. Looks like it's impala that's busy having a drink. Let me just double check on that. Sorry, zoom, yeah, there's impala. But yo, I saw Lauren having a bit of a dust devil that came past her, quite a little bit of like a miniature tornado that passed Lauren and Davy there in Madikwe. Quite intense. Hopefully her contacts are all good to go. Fred, yes, definitely. It seems like this giraffe is first he wants to go down, but he doesn't know if he wants to go down or not. It seems like he's a little bit tentative. There's of course the little warthogs running around the side there as well. So it's just he feels a bit safe, but sometimes you'll find that they feel vulnerable if they go too low. There you go. Maybe this is a spreader. Is he going to spread his front legs or is he going to kneel? Let's see what he does. Let's see. There we go. It looks like he's kneeling down. So he might. The screen just jumped him. Okay. No, he's still a little bit worried about those warthogs. I think there's too much movement around there. I think this female giraffe has decided to call it quits and move away from that area. But I think it's just her there. I just want to find out exactly where those other warthogs now ran off to, because there was a huge sound of warthogs that came down, at least about maybe 8 and 9 of them that came down to have a drink here at the watering hole. Oh yes, and another thing there is, you see at the bottom there is Egyptian geese. Remember I was talking about the little duckling, the single one? I want to see if I can get it into frame here. It is so small. It's like 1 or 2 days old. I saw it yesterday and oh, it is such a sweet thing. Okay, let's see if I can see if we can find it here. Maybe just gonna go a little bit too there. Is it there with him now? Can you see it? No, it's not there. I saw it earlier. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's just to the right. Oh, look how sweet. And it's just the one. So they usually have between 5 to 10 youngsters, little chicks, but it seems like these Egyptian geese only ended up with one remaining one here. So unfortunately, they might have lost the rest. We never know. They are quite vulnerable at times. Oh, look at that. How sweet. But they are quite vulnerable, especially with around here, because yesterday I saw banded mongoose that did come down towards the pan, and what happens sometimes, those banded mongoose will actually raid the entire nest of Egyptian geese, and if that does happen, they could destroy all the eggs, and that could be one possibility. Or a Nile monitor, another predator that will actually definitely go and take a look if it will grab some eggs and eat those eggs. No, don't go. Okay, I'm just going to try and see if I can zoom out quickly. But how cute is that little one? I think it just ran off to mom and dad now without waiting for us. Here we go. So close to Mommy's keeping a close eye on them. You can see she's not moving too far, making sure that her only remaining chick is still safe enough. And also baboons is also a big problem. You know, baboons, if they can get hold of a nest, if they find the eggs, those baboons will destroy every single one of them. And there's been baboons here, there's been dwarf mongoose, I'm sure there's some Nile monitor as well, so I'm sure that there's a lot of predators for these Egyptian geese. Well, let's hold thumbs that this little one survives. As you know, Egyptian geese can pretty much nest in a lot of places, sometimes in a tree, sometimes they'll utilize other nests, other birds' nests. They can even nest on the ground under like a shrub or a tree in the thickets. So they utilize a few different kind of nesting techniques. Off it goes with Mom. Alright, let's zoom out a bit. Let's see what's coming down to drink here. Oh, we're talking about baboons. Here it is. Yes, we've got some chakma baboons that's just approaching the dam. Most probably a whole troop will be coming now. I won't be surprised. That's the first one, maybe of the lot. Sometimes these troops can get up to about 30 individuals. Mr. Warthog is moving away. You can see this warthog's already quite wet on its back and on the sides, on the flanks, and also this warthog's already had a wallow this morning. It looks like it's maybe interested in getting in there again. Maybe round 2. Doris, good afternoon, good morning, or wherever you are watching from. Yes, they do. They will have definitely a dominant male, an alpha male, Doris. And you will find that the whole troop will pretty much follow that alpha male and to go into different areas and looking for food. And he will be the male, or he'll be the male that will actually mate or copulate with the females in those troops. And then you'll also have a beta male as well. So you will also have a second in charge when it comes to the baboons. So in case the alpha male cannot copulate with all, you'll find the beta male will also partake in spreading the genes. So yes, that does happen. Females have got in a way like a ranking as well, but it's not as strict with the males. I think the males are more so. When the females, when a female goes in heat, you go in heat no matter what ranking you are. But you'll find there is certain females in those troops that will kind of, let's say, take the lead role of the females in those troops, and then of course they will also decide on what's the best possibility, best way of moving around in the area, what they should do. I'm just trying to see, I saw just to the right of us now, to the screen, I saw something moving. So I want to quickly see if I can pan to the right. I don't know if it was something that was breaking a branch. Oop, what is coming there? It's all baboons, so the rest of the troop is actually making their way down this side. Zoom out a little bit. Let's take a look from this side. Oh, missed that. A little bit of a delay there, but yes, looks like the warthog chased a baboon. back there quickly. Well, as you know, this is a live and this is an interactive experience. So if you've got any comments or suggestions or anything that you want us to talk about or to discuss, or if you've got a certain kind of animal species that you want us to try and see and find and wishing on your list, let us know. As you know, this is your escape to nature and in this most amazing African wilderness of ours. Oh, there's so much happening. Oh, and we can see little young warthogs there with mom. They're under one of the acacias. There's a good old female ostrich just lying out here, just relaxing a little bit, but all by herself. And we've got little warthogs coming past as well, making their presence known. Those little tails, I love their tails, those warthogs run on little aerials. Reminds me of Rusty and Wendy there at the Juma with the aerials at the back of the vehicles. It's just strange to see this female all by herself, young, and of course the baboon's running past now, and of course warthogs just ran past not long ago. So yeah, except this female ostrich is just deciding to relax and rest a bit. But yes, I think it was asking Lauren about ostrich. I think it was Darcy Lee, if I'm not mistaken. Hoping that we can get some ostriches. I know that. Darcy Miller. That's asking about some ostriches this morning, and I know that Ralph down in Kariga, he got some ostriches this morning. I think he got a nice male there, and of course here we've got a beautiful female that's just relaxing. A wild female, you can just see the greyish colour on them. It's not just dark or black like a male with those beautiful white primary feathers, and he's just sitting with a greyish colour. There might be other ostriches around there, because it's just strange. Sometimes you'll find females will pretty much move around with like 3 or 4 together, but just the one here at the moment. Baboons are back again, back and forth, so you can just see they're all up and down everywhere that side. They're having a lot of fun around Mashatu. Alright, I think maybe it looks like Okokwayo is quite busy there in Namibia. That waterhole is having quite a lot of activity around that side, so let's head over to Namibia, to the Okokwayo Dam. Alright, as you can see, a lot of activity still back and forth all over there. I don't think this pan is ever quiet. I think this pan is definitely busy almost 24/7, it seems. And especially on a day like this, that's a hot day, I think it's going to be more so. Let's see if we can just zoom out. I'm going to see what else we've got around. A lot of springbuck, there's virtual zebras coming through again. In Impala, we had 2 big male elephants earlier. Let's see if we can, let's see if I can just quickly zoom out. Yep. So you're getting a little grebe. That black-necked grebes. I'm sure that's the ones that's making that noise. I'm trying to see if I can go in there quickly. Trying to see if I can find them. Of course, the blacksmith lapwings as well. A lot of noises happening around here. A lot of bird life. You can see those 2 little black-necked grebes coming into picture now here at the dam. And very much in the water area. Moving along, looking for any little potential prey. Fish and tadpoles and frogs. I saw something on the rock. Won't tell. Can't see what it is. Difficult to pinpoint exactly that. What it is there, but it looks like maybe a wagtail. No, it's not a wagtail. That. Let's see if I can come in and ask. Oh, that's a camera. That's as far as I can go in. If anybody's got an idea on which bird that is there that's busy drinking, please let me know. I'm going to pinpoint exactly what that is. Fortunately, the camera is jumping around a little bit, so I can't zoom in anymore on what it is at currently. Alright, let's move on a little bit to the left, yeah? Let's see what we got this side. I see little black-necked grebes are coming past. All the blacksmith lapwings. All right, we're just going to continue looking around the Okakoya waterhole to see what else we can find around. And while we do this, let's head over to Madikwe with Lauren to see what else has come down to drink at her waterhole.
We just had the baboons come down, actually. They didn't stay for very long. But it was really nice to see baboons around a waterhole. And now we've just got the usual suspects. Elephant and zebra. Temperatures are climbing here, though. The wind is naturally breaking the heat, but I mean, we sweat. I sweat for sure. Sitting here is hot, it's uncomfortable, but we have a roof on this car, and at least we're in the shade for the most part, and our body can sweat. We've got bottles and bottles of water with us too, but then I often think, imagine being a wild animal out here. Limited places of shade. Yes, some spots, but very limited. Water is available if you go to the water hole. But I often think about that, and we get asked a lot on Wild Earth, how do animals keep cool, or how do animals keep warm if it's winter? That pied crow just spooked all the zebra. And it's an interesting question, because all living things really, at the end of the day, are deeply affected by temperature. And I've been thinking about it here because it has been so hot and we're not even into summer, that I went and done some sort of research in it. I mean, if conditions are too cold, we know this ourselves. Mini dust devil. Then the chemical reactions in your body slow down. Really slow down. Some people would struggle to function in the cold, and I'm talking when it's really, really cold. I'm not just talking about a lovely South African winter's day. If you're too hot, what happens is proteins and other molecules inside your body will actually fall apart. Almost like they're being denatured, but they'll just fall apart. So either extreme is obviously not very good for anyone. And what they actually call the sort of zone that we live in, where the temperature is just right, is actually known as the Goldilocks zone. And there are always limits and extremes to each zone, but really we live in the Goldilocks zone. And every single animal that we look at, from the pied crow to the elephant to the zebras to the baboons that were here earlier. What's that? This just swooped in, sorry. Wow! Amazing, I did not get an ID. I'm sure I saw a yellow eye, brown head, white chest. But I was a bit too slow on the old binoculars, not like David Easter here, who was clearly fast on the old filming. Well done, Darby.
I think he's coming back.
Please come back so we can ID you. If anyone got the ID there, please let me know. Send it through to us. It's going to be our first real raptor sighting. It's definitely a raptor. If anyone got screenshots, send it in. AMC will send it on to me. Wow, that was very cool and completely distract me from what I was saying. AMC, please do let me know if we get any IDs on that. You literally never know who's going to arrive at a waterhole. Ah, black-chested snake eagle. That is very cool. Thank you, Cedric. I did not get a view at all. That's our first real raptor sighting here. Oh, he's giving me a high five. Oh, there you go. Well, we did see a fish eagle. We did. Thank you, Cedric. That was really cool. It doesn't stay for very long, though, did it? So, if any of you haven't got a black-chested snake eagle on your bird list, pop it on. I still do want to see those screenshots, though. Anyway, I think what I was saying was every animal here, from the black-chested snake eagle to the elephant to the zebra, impala, the lot, they all have their own way of sensing, a unique sensory apparatus, and responding to different temperatures. And this goes down to how they are able to survive in different environments. So animals will use a sort of variety of temperature sensors, if you like. And the most well-known ones, the ones that have been studied the most in science, are actually known as TRP channels. Not very exciting, I know. But they are found throughout the body on the surface of most animals. And basically, their sensory system, they sense the temperature, and through a long process, they will eventually send electrical signals to the brain whenever sensations of hot or of cold are felt. It's probably worth noting that cold is not just the absence of hot or heat. It's a different sense in its own right. They're two very different things. Just because you're cold doesn't mean it's just because there is no heat. I hope that makes sense. But there are different proteins. And for example, chili peppers. My undergraduate thesis was actually on a squirrel's reaction to capsaicin. And capsaicin is what causes a burn in chili peppers. It's a very random thesis, I know. But the protein that detects that is known as TRPV1. And that's what detects painfully high temperatures. Whereas mint, when we taste mint, that has a very cooling effect. That's why a lot of people eat mints after dinner. It's very cooling, it's refreshing on the old palate. And I think it contains menthol, actually. That's what activates another sensor, known as TRPM8. So there are different sensors for different things, is what I'm trying to tell you. And these same sensors are found throughout the animal kingdom, so it's not just limited to humans. But each species is going to have their own version of that, depending on what type of species they are and what environment they live in. So warm-blooded animals, like this elephant here, they obviously produce their own heat, like us. We're not relying on heat from our surroundings, from the environment. Yes, we get hot in the sun and we get cold when it's a winter's day in the wind, but we produce our own heat. And these sensors will detect if our internal body temperature starts dipping. So for example, a rat, they sort of have a set temperature at 24 degrees Celsius. Sorry, I don't know the Fahrenheit. I'm not very good with Fahrenheit. Whereas a chicken, their bodies run a little bit hotter, and they're sort of tuned into 29 degrees Celsius. But then if you think of a frog, they're only in tune at 14 degrees Celsius. Completely different type of organism. And what I found really fascinating was with regards to fish. They don't have that special sensor that all of these other organisms have that I just listed. And they can actually tolerate temperatures close to freezing. Fish do feel pain, 100%. Don't ever let anyone tell you they don't. They do. They do feel pain. They do feel it when they're hooked on a fishing line. But they don't really seem to have the ability, what we can gather from their lack of sensors, to what it feels like to be really, really cold. They can completely tolerate it. And even within individual humans, we can sort of tolerate, or we're comfortable maybe at different temperatures. I hate being cold. I don't like it. Even in summer, in Juma, I would be under the duvet, and we don't have AC. We just have a fan. I would be wrapped under the duvet. Davi, on the other hand, he runs hot. So in summer, he's absolutely dying and cannot stand to be anywhere near a duvet. So people obviously have their own sort of limitations and ability to feel comfortable with different temperatures. But it makes you think about the variation across the animal kingdom. From your warm-blooded animals, there's already a huge variation in the ability and the sensors to withstand different temperatures. So when we get asked, how do animals keep cool? How do animals keep warm? Yes, they will have behavioral adaptations, such as flap the ears, like this Ellie, seek water, seek shade, or huddle together if it's cold. But there's a lot more that's going on, and it really all depends on those special sensors that I just named, that are the TRP channels that are all across the animal's body that are specially adapted to that animal to help it recognize when it really is too hot or when it really is too cold. And no two organisms are going to be the same. Some mammals are covered in hair, some are not. Some have big huge ears like this Ellie, many do not. And it's just interesting when you dig a little bit deeper into the realm of temperature and a living being's ability to withstand it and how they recognize it. It's actually really fascinating, especially the fact that those sensors fish don't have, so they don't feel it. I mean, they are cold-blooded, but still, when the temperature in the ocean really, really drops, they are not feeling the cold. Whereas I definitely do. Maybe I've got too many of those sensors. Anyway, I thought that was fascinating.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
Eddie Bill's really not doing much. Look at that. He's not flapping his ears too much either. Obviously not feeling that hot. A little bit. Okay, there we go. Maybe he was having a nap. I think that's very possibly the case. I mentioned this the other day, but it's been proven that humans do that too. Microsleeps is called. We're not even consciously aware that we do it. But very often while we're watching a movie or at the theatre or listening to a lecture, I'm not talking about those people that just nod off and are snoring. No, I'm talking about those people that look like they're watching. Their eyes are open and they are in their head watching the lecture or whatever else is going on. The brain is proven to take microsleeps, microseconds of sleep, moments of rest in humans as well. I didn't copy you there, sorry, Tulu. I'm not getting that name, I'm afraid, but I don't think he is checking us out, actually. I really do think he's just enjoying being around water. I think he's napping. He's very relaxed, he's hydrated, very stimulated and thoroughly enjoying the smell and just being around water. I think he's napping. You can see that he's broken his left tusk. And when elephants go quite still like that, he's rested his trunk on the sort of edge of the pan, if you like. When they go quite still like that, not too much tail swooshing, not too much ear flapping, it's normally a sign that they're actually taking a little sleep. I don't think he actually is checking us out. Oh. There's a female, sorry, I've been saying he. Sorry, my girl. Apologies. How did you break your tusk? But yes, I think she was just resting. Got a younger bull coming in to join them now. She's turning to face him. Oh, she's leaving. Tom, you are 12 years old. And you are asking about breaking a tusk, because obviously we just looked at that female and she obviously has a broken tusk. No, I don't believe so. Because the tusk is basically a modified tooth. Now, we can experience lots of pain in our teeth. Oh, I hate dental surgery. But if we actually break our tooth,
Shongile was born in February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tandy, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Djuma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
Look at that, there's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
Yes, we do apologize for losing Lauren there in Madikwe, but I'm sure she'll be back up very soon. But yes, I'm still here at Okokuya watering hole, just taking a look, just waiting for some other animals to come down. It has been quite busy back and forth with different species of animals, of herbivores. Got the zebras, a nice hemspook, a springbuck around. And we did have two nice male elephants. Oh, we've got some pied crows as well that's busy chasing each other around. But yes, we even get the pied crows coming through towards Djuma. There has been a few reports, especially on the northern side, northwestern corner of Djuma there towards the gate area. I find the pied crows love nesting in those big masts, those big antennas. So yes, that's one of their favorite areas. But definitely at Okokuya, we got quite a few. I think yesterday I counted 10 or 11 pied crows, a nice flock of crows that was sitting in the tree and just to the left of the pan. I did show a bird earlier on at the Okokuya Dam, or at the pan itself, and I'm not too sure if anybody could give me an ID on that bird. It was not the greatest, it was very difficult to zoom in. But to me it looked maybe towards, almost I thought it was a wagtail, but it's not a wagtail. Wagtails is very easy to identify. Of course the little tail of the wagtail, not a little tail, the long tail kind of pretty much bounces up and down all the time. So it was a little bit difficult to see exactly the bird I had in frame. But another one up there. It's nice to see these new birds. I mean, that's, as I say, some of the bird species here are quite interesting. It's nice to really put myself to the test here and see which other bird species I can find. I see there is another black one on the other side of the dam, which I'm going to try and get into. There is, of course, the blacksmith lapwings that still hang around. But there is another one. I think I just lost that one now as well. Alright, now it is also blacksmith lapwings. There's so many blacksmith lapwings around this dam. I do see sometimes a little bit of movement, and then I thought maybe it might be something else, but it's just how blacksmith lapwing. I think every dam has got blacksmith lapwings, no matter what. Alright, I'm just gonna scan the edges of the pan here. I see we've got a little springbuck there, busy enjoying a little bit of a midday drink. So this is usually your hottest time of the day when it comes to about 1:30, 2 o'clock. This is usually when it really reaches the peak of the day with the heat. don't find that. Maybe it's because of all the animal activity. I think maybe that birds were chased away from this side. Okay. I think I'll zoom out. Definitely you've got a beautiful impala ram that's also coming around to the water areas. It's very, very common all over the show, especially over there in the Greater Kruger Park. Numerous amounts of impalas there. Apparently they say there should be around about 400 to 500,000 impalas inside the Greater Kruger National Park. And that's quite a few. And I mean, it is preyed upon by most predators. Just because of the size, you're looking at a male like this weighing up from about 50 to 70 kilograms. And it's a perfect size for a leopard to pretty much bring down impala and to hoist up into a tree, or even if it's a cheetah, lions, hyenas, wild dogs, all the predators. So I think looking at the impala, the percentage-wise of being a food source to all those predators, you're looking at least about maybe between 60-70%. So it just shows it's very important for them around here as well, for those predators. But yes, can't wait for the female impalas. They are going to be dropping their little lambs very soon. Looking around about end of November, so end of next month. I'm hoping to start seeing those youngsters. We've got, of course, springbucks, and not just like the impala. Impala, pretty much the females, they do not have horns. With, of course, the springbuck that is now walking past, they do have, male and females do have horns. Off he goes. Looks like we've also been joined by a whole lot of Birchall zebra on the other side of the dam. Now, wondering if there's another water source that's close to the Okokoyo pan. I don't think so. I mean, it's the amount of animals that do come down here during the daytime. It must be definitely like the only pan in quite a vast radius. I'm definitely going to take a look at that. I'll definitely look deeper into these water holes and see exactly what is situated close by. So it actually kind of gives me a bigger picture and a better understanding. So I might click the mouse button by accident there, zoomed in a little bit wrong there, but butterfingers here today. And sometimes even the gemsbok itself, so those beautiful antelopes with those long horns, you'll find sometimes they can get up to about maybe 50 in a herd, and it is really stunning to see those antelopes coming through. They are really one of the most beautiful antelopes I've seen around. Well, Nyala, I still enjoy the Nyala. Nyala to me is still, I don't know, maybe when the males do that philo erectus, when they kind of erect that mane at the back of their spine, I always love it on a Nyala, but definitely these gemsbok are absolutely just amazing. That horns is stunning. Let's see the one. Just pretty much enjoying, just resting, or maybe hoping to come down for a drink very soon. And of course, gemsbok as well, they can feed on mainly of dry grass, so they are grazers. But then as well, if they do need to get some moisture, they can as well feed on leaves if there is not enough in the grass. Look at the little baby zebra. I'm sure that little ones, you'll find that the females will start pretty much, will give birth around about February, March, and that's when they'll have their little foals. I'm not too sure, maybe it's the same there in Namibia, but I know in the Southeast End you'll usually see February, March, and they get the little foals, little youngsters. And there's enough grazing around, enough food. Oh, they're so very sweet. See if I can get a little bit closer there. I'm just a bit worried about the shaking of the camera. But let's see if we can get in there. So every zebra stripes is different. So just like a fingerprint, very unique to each individual. And sometimes I've seen very interesting patterns over the last several months. And we had one little zebra there on Djuma where it had like speckles on both sides of the both flanks of the zebra, and not stripes. It was speckles. It was little dots. So it was quite a unique pattern that zebra had. But it's nice just to see how these stripes actually develop, and some of them actually quite interesting. Some of them are much thinner, and you'll find some of the Burchell zebras that don't even have that shadow stripe. That's pretty much between the two dark stripes or the two black stripes. Sometimes you won't see those shadow stripes around. Veronica, look, how does heat affect animals? Look, heat does affect animals, definitely. I mean, heat, when it comes to heat or it comes to cold, animals do feel the effect of it, but they will always utilize a certain way to keep cool or to keep warm. And I mean, you're looking at, for instance, the zebras that we're looking at now. If it's a very hot day, those stripes come into play and are very important to these zebras. So, of course, you know that the black pretty much always absorbs the heat or the sun, the light, and white reflects that heat or the sun or the light. So with that black, white, with that alternation of the stripes, it actually creates a lovely little kind of like a wind thermal above their skin to really keep cool. As well as if it gets really hot, sometimes you'll find that these pans, these dams, everything, all the water holes, all the water bodies become way more active, because of course animals need to come and take a drink, maybe drink more than per usual if it's a cool day. As well as you'll find like elephants, warthogs, buffaloes, rhinos, they'll kind of definitely wallow way more compared to like that mud wallowing compared to if it's a very cold day. So yes, but heat does affect animals. They do also find shelter. It's just like us. I mean, we get affected by heat. And I think I was listening to Lauren was saying something about she loves hot days, and because she always gets cold, even on hot days. And it's pretty much almost the same as me. Well, in a way of where even if it's a hot day and I've gone out to play sport or went to run or did something and I'm pretty much sweaty, I will not go for a cold shower. I cannot go for a cold shower. I always have to have a hot shower. It's to keep warm. I don't know. That's just the way I am. I struggle with cold water. Yeah, it's always have to make sure that geyser is on. And you're looking at elephants, we was looking at earlier. I mean, the elephants, they pretty much kind of keep themselves cool by flapping their ears. And of course the ears cover pretty much 20% of their body as well. So flapping the ears cools down the blood. Going to the water holes, spraying their body full of water, keeping themselves nice and wet. Very important.
The time has finally arrived. Trusty Rusty and good old Wendy are going into retirement.
A flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo.
It's pulling the mud off the side of the car, Seb.
It has been an amazing journey, but it is time for Wild Earth to bring in some brand new babies, and we need your help naming them. Register on our website and cast your vote for your favorite names and help us welcome these two new landies, our family.
We're still at Okakuya watering hole. Still enjoying, of course, all this activity that's happening around here. And I want to see. I'm hoping for some nice big herds of elephant to come through. That'll be very nice. That is what I'm looking forward to. Or even that black rhino that we had here this morning. Nice black rhino bull. Quite an impressive male. That really, that my morning started off so well just seeing that. Arctic Circle. No, I don't think any of the zebras here. The Burchell zebra is definitely not considered vulnerable. I think their numbers is plentiful in this area. Maybe you're looking more at something like your Hartmann's zebra. That's pretty much further down towards your Western Cape, and also your mountain zebra. Your mountain zebra is also. You don't see too many of them around these days. I've seen mountain zebra maybe when I was about 15, 16 years old. And that was many years ago, but I don't think they are seem too vulnerable. But I know that the Burchell zebra, there is plentiful of them. Lots of them in the Kruger Park. If you go around towards places like Satara, big open areas, big grassland areas, that side, it's there's a lot of zebra. That's pretty much around there. So yeah, even looking at even Okakuya. If you look at Okakuya as well, it's quite. There's quite a few of them this side. I don't think there is a problem in numbers. So yes. But if there was a problem, I'm sure there would be research on them and making sure that those numbers don't deteriorate. And I'm sure that they will keep an eye on it. Just like the wild dogs and the cheetah and the rhinos and everything that's pretty much considered vulnerable. There's always research on them. And that's the thing within the Greater Kruger Park as well. If you're looking at the bigger picture, everything is self-sustaining. The self-sustaining is pretty much where it looks after itself. So if there's too many impalas, too many zebras, you'll find that the numbers are brought down due to the fact of predators. Without the predators, then it would be a problem. Then you do not have that self-sustaining situation. But there, of course, the predators help that numbers to pretty much keep that numbers in a reasonable way, and of course your carrying capacity is pretty much sorted out like that. Alright, I think what we're going to do, try and see if we can go over to the Mashatu waterhole in Botswana, and I think there is an ostrich that is slowly making his way down to, or she's making her way down to the waterhole. Alright, as you can see, we are at the Mashatu waterhole now in Botswana, and we've got a female ostrich that's decided to finally get up from where she was lying earlier. I was actually going down for some water. Of course, if it was a male, she would be very black. It will be, of course, having those white feathers, but on the sides, on the primary feathers. But you can see there is nothing like that on this one. So it's a female. And just by herself. And of course it is the largest of the birds, but they cannot fly. Ostriches, they can run really quickly. You can looking at about 60 to 70 kilometers an hour when they have to run. So that is quite fast. Definitely will outrun us by far with those long legs. Yes, I'm sure, Darcy Miller, I'm hoping that you've got a big smile on your face, that you can get to see your ostrich. Definitely is it is a animal, it is a bird that we do miss there in the Sabi Sands. We didn't have it too long ago around the area where Ben Coley and myself, we were on drive, and then all of a sudden, I think it was 2 of them that appeared on the dam cam, or Djuma dam cam, and it was that's the first time I've heard ostriches in that area. And we went very quickly to try and see if we could follow up on those ostriches, and unfortunately we were unlucky with that. Looks like they covered distance very quickly to get out of that area. And they enjoy more the open clearings, like the grasslands, really the big flat open clearings. And I think that's why Djuma doesn't have ostriches coming through that area, because that's way more savanna woodlands, more woodland and a lot of drainage lines and that. Of course, where the ostrich do not enjoy that kind of habitat. And looks like we also just had some baboons running to the right of the ostrich. You can't see that baboon now. I think they're taking cover in all the shady areas. As you know, as Mashatu as well is very hot there today. That's running at about 36, 37 degrees Celsius. So that's around about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The ostrich is feeling a little bit tentative to come down to the waterhole. I don't know what's keeping her from taking a little bit of a drink here. I know that they said there is a crocodile that hangs around in this dam, so I've still got to see that crocodile. I have scanned the area and I'm still trying to find out where is that croc. Almost like tippy-toeing to the water. You've got those long talons, so if it's really there to protect its little chicks and it feels threatened, you do not want to mess with an ostrich. It can do a lot of damage to a person. Very long nails, very long claws on those talons. I don't know what this ostrich is worried about. Very carefully, doing it very, very carefully, just kind of really sussing out this whole pan area and see what's going to be the safest. Zebbies, or virtual zebra and Mashatu as well, making their way past in the background. Looks like they might also come down for a bit of a drink for the afternoon. And finally, is it going to drink? Is it going to drink? You can do it. As soon as you, there we go, scooping a little bit in. There we go. Of course, good old way to drink is to scoop it up. Definitely, it'll be very difficult for an ostrich to drink water like we do, or like an elephant. They have to like kind of scoop it, so they use the bottom of their beak, the bottom beak, as almost like as a catchment area for the water. And of course, moving their head back and forth. Oh no, it's vervet monkeys that's going past there. What's what is approaching those zebras? I thought I saw a head popping up in front of those zebras there. You never know, it might be even a crocodile. It'll be quite the surprise. definitely always spend time at these waterholes. I think it's always fantastic, just the tranquility of it, and I just feel so at peace when you're sitting at these waterholes and just to see what comes down, to drink, and just to actually enjoy that little bit of time around these areas. And as you saw today as well, so many different kinds of animals coming back and forth, and it is just always nice just to take a look and see how it is. Oh, there's a lot of other zebras coming in now. They're just passing by. Mary, I think ostriches, they've got very good eyesight. So, Mary, I think they really kind of keep, that's why they're very tentative, like you saw how this female came towards the water, just really kind of observing what's happening around. And you can see even when it's drinking, it quickly pops its head up again, just taking a look. And they've got very good eyesight. So I think they'll pick up on any movements of predators coming through to them from a long distance. And that's why they enjoy the open clearings. Open clearings makes it a little bit easier for them as well to really spot something quite far out compared to if you're in a thick vegetation. I don't think that's why the ostrich is built for that kind of habitat. And you'll find something like your kudu. Your kudu's got those big ears and it's got the stripes on the side, and that's all really much built for kind of, you know, concealing itself in those thickets, and as well having that fantastic sense of hearing if it is in a thick bush, and it doesn't really have to use the eyesight as much. But with an ostrich, it's the other side of things with the other senses, and that sense is a sense of sight. And that's why they enjoy those big open clearings. So it also feels definitely much safer. And if you actually look at the ostrich eyes, they've got very big eyes and long eyelashes. They've actually got very pretty eyelashes on the ostrich. We've still got some vivid monkeys coming past there in the background as well. So joining in on the party. And this ostrich has got quite a thirst on it. I think when I was a kid, many years ago, I was maybe about 8, 9, 10 years old. I can't remember exactly. My uncle had a farm out there in a place called Grafrenet in Cradock area, and they had ostriches, but almost like farming ostriches, but they were also quite wild. They were like not really kept in a little how can I say, enclosure area. They were pretty much free roaming. And I went out there with my cousin, which was pretty much the same age as me, and we went out just to go and walk around on the farm, and we got pretty much almost trampled by ostriches when we came across them. They actually saw us and they almost acted quite aggressively towards us, but luckily my cousin, he's been brought up on the farm and he knew exactly what to do, and we got out of that area before we got or sustained any injuries, which would have been bad. But yeah, luckily I had him next to me to show me exactly what to do, and that's to back out. Don't push them, rather back out. Got some also guinea fowl at the back, helmeted guinea fowl. Also enjoying some shade, as you can see, all sitting in the shady areas. I think they're not too bothered on moving around too much on a hot day like this. I think that's why the ostrich feels a little bit more content with drinking now, due to the fact of there's other animals around, like those guinea fowl and like the monkeys. So at least you know that if there is anything that's going to be approaching, that those animals and those other birds will all warn her that there is a predator close by. But there is another giraffe. It looks like a giraffe coming in the background as well. I just saw a head popping above the canopies there. There it goes in the background. He's gone past. Oh, most probably going to go and drink at another area of the waterhole. Definitely, she's got quite an appetite for water today. But yes, definitely some vervet monkeys that's really having a lot of fun at the background. Running just past her. Looks like a whole troop of the vervets here. But yes, you'll find with these ostriches, the females, they can weigh up anything from about 60 to 100 kilograms, and the males will get anything from 100 to 140 kilograms. That is quite large. I mean, if it's a thing about 140 kilograms, that's almost close to twice my weight. So it's quite large. And ostriches, they can really get up to around about 50 years old. That's more in the captivity side. And of course, less in captivity, you'll find maybe a little bit less. Always the wild, you'll find maybe take off a few years, and in the wild it'll be about 35, 40 years old. So that's quite a life expectancy for a bird. Definitely spend some fantastic, good quality time with this female ostrich. I think I'm going to just try and pan to the left. I know that I did see some giraffe coming through to the waterhole, so I just want to see if I can catch up with them. I might be lucky having them to the side, having a drink. We've got a whole family of warthogs here. Now looks like that maybe those giraffes have moved past. Maybe they decided not to come down for any water. And these warthogs are loving this mud. I think this little section of Mashatu pan has been really been quite a winner for a few of the animals today. I've seen warthogs, numerous warthogs back and forth using this wallow, as well as elephants, and I saw some giraffe coming to drink at this little section as well. Those little vervet monkeys. I know Tess had some vervet monkeys there at Djuma this morning on the sunrise safari. Definitely it is the Djuma vervet monkeys that always hangs around the DRC. That's of course our camp. It's always nice having them. They're full of fun. It's always when the youngsters are busy playing with each other and running up the trees and tackling each other. It is so much fun just to watch them. Of course, also controlled by a dominant male. And they're in South Africa, you'll call them blow aap. So blow means blue, and aap is a monkey, blue monkey. But it's actually due to the fact of the genitals of the vivid monkeys is kind of a turquoise color, like a blue turquoise color. Turquoise, is it right? Can I say turquoise? Turquoise, this seems right. Just a little bit to the side here. I'd like to watch some of the monkeys on the far left hand side just enjoying some shade. Of course the warthog's enjoying the mud wallow. It seems like there is definitely a nice little animal party that's happening around here. I always say rule of thumb with monkeys, whatever the monkeys can eat or whatever they do eat, pretty much you can eat yourself. So that's always a rule of thumb when it comes to eating stuff in the wild. If a monkey's eating it, oh, you can do the same. Tammy, that's a very easy question to answer. Which animal I would like to see more at the dams? Well, Tammy, definitely I would love to see lions and leopards, Tammy. Lions and leopards. I would love to see lions and leopards. Any feline cat I would love to see at the dam. That's my answer. So I would love to see them coming down to the dam. But of course, it's so hot today at all the dams, and I think I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But you never know. I mean, no, nature, you can never write on rock. You can never say it is that way. It is that way. I've seen a pride called the Shimungwe Pride moving at 12:30 in the afternoon, summer day, not 35, 36 degrees Celsius, and that pride was moving midday looking for something to hunt, as well as they were getting pushed by new males, a new coalition that came into the area. And of course, while the pride was moving, there were a couple of cubs, not cubs, but sub-adult lions in that pride. And of course, those females were just making sure they were keeping those sub-adults away from that new coalition of males that pretty much entered that area. And the best way to do that is move midday. I mean, while that coalition of males are busy sleeping, rather get away from that area. Because what happens, those males wake up, they start roaring. At least you can cover enough distance between that coalition and the pride to keep those sub-adults safe. But yeah, other than that, I would love to see that black rhino to come down again here at Okokwayo. Definitely, that would be fantastic to see that male black rhino head back to the side. But other than that, today's been fantastic. It's been so much happening all over the show. So I've been enjoying a lot of wallowing today. A lot of wallowing and a lot of zebras. Definitely, that has been definitely the highlight. And of course, these monkeys. All vivid monkeys, you can't exclude them from the list. Well, Tammy, please let us know, what would you like to see more here coming down to the dam? As you know, this is alive, this is an interactive experience for everybody. So if you've got any suggestions, let us know. Any questions, comments, please send them through. We are waiting for that, as this is your escape to nature. Right, I am going to pan out a little bit. Pan out. What am I saying? Can't pan out. You can zoom out. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And I'm going to just make my zoomy camera go to the pan to the right now. There we go. I'm using some camera lingo here. Something is drinking at the waterhole there. I'm trying to focus in on what's that. What is that? I can't see. Oh, it's 2 monkeys. Oh, that's cute. Oh no, it's just about to view them and I decide to run off. Well, as you know, tonight at 7:30 7 Central African time, tonight is Graham Wallington at the Town Hall, and Graham Wallington is our CEO, and he'll be hosting a Town Hall, and that'll be at 7:30 Central African time. And this will be for Wild Earth Explorers only, and this is a chance for you to give your feedback, suggestions, complaints, or anything else that you would feel could help Wild Earth shape its product. Graham will answer all questions and give you some interesting behind the scenes information about what is going on and what is about to come. So yes, please stay tuned for that at 7:30 tonight Central African time. Graham Wallington at the Town Hall. Alright, let's move up a little bit further to one side. See if we can maybe find those giraffe again. Oh, and there's a Kori bustard just behind the giraffe. As you can see, there is a Kori bustard. That is so nice to see. I don't get to see that too often. It's the largest flying bird. A Kori bustard. Yeah, I did see one yesterday, but I think I saw one briefly yesterday. As you can see. Absolutely a stunning, stunning bird. If I can get my focus in here, my opinion is going to come straight towards us. Maybe come for a little bit of a drink as well. I'm going to get to see this Kori bustard having a drink. Just going to go try and go a little bit to the right, just in case we do lose it. If I can just zoom in, I'm just a bit worried that I zoom, I'm going to miss it completely. Most of the time it's exactly the same as your ostriches, so they quite enjoy these open grasslands and the plains. I'm also looking for little vertebrates. I'm going to put something like the little lizards and geckos, skinks, snakes. And grasshoppers and all that kind of interesting little food sources that they can find along the grass areas, the grassy areas, and especially grasshoppers. There's so many grasshoppers and they do enjoy that. You'll also find with the Kori bustards, they're not monogamous at all. They are more polygynous, so they will have more than one partner. It is very interesting with the males displaying to the females, puffing out the necks and making quite an interesting noise, a distinct noise when they display to the females. I think I was discussing yesterday about a very interesting sighting I had of the Kori bustard many years ago, many years ago, up there at Satara, at those grasslands, those big open areas, and we were busy viewing a Kori bustard, and out of nowhere we had two black-backed jackals coming in and grabbing that Kori bustard. But it was quite a fight. The Kori bustard put up quite a fight with those black-backed jackals. Because it's such a heavy bird, and for the Kori bustard to take off, it's not like a spontaneous thing. It takes a little bit of time. And of course, those black-backed jackals were fortunate enough for them. They caught the Kori bustard and killed it. can just zoom back out. Makes it a little bit easier. What's it drinking now? Finally, so taking a good old drink. Adam, smallest bird in southern Africa. Oh, Adam, that's a good question. Well, I think the smallest bird in southern Africa is in southern Africa, so not just in South Africa, southern Africa. I'm trying to think about that. Maybe one of those sunbirds? I think exactly. Oh, well, then got us to the wax bills. They're also very small. The common wax bill is small. Or even the long-billed cromback. Does have quite a... That bird doesn't, I think it's about 600 grams, I think less, way less, no, more less, I think 50. I'll have to find that out. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I can always try and find out about exactly the smallest bird in southern Africa. I just got a heads up on that one. It sounds like a bronze manakin. So bronze manakin is the smallest bird in southern Africa. A bronze manakin. There we go. It weighs, the adults weigh around about 7 grams, 7 to 12 grams. So that is very small. And that's his 7 to 12 grams. That almost weighs as much as a lighter. Oh, that is, wow. Wow. I'm just enjoying now the warthogs coming down as once again to this little wallow. With, of course, the Kori bastard that's just at the bottom. Yeah, oops, I think I went too high there. There we go. Coming back with that bronze mannequin, it seems like mostly you'll find those bronze mannequins on the eastern part of South Africa. And that's pretty much where we are. You can get bronze mannequins this side. Alright, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Let's see what else is happening at this dam or pan. Just to kind of just in case we were going to miss something here. Clearly it doesn't look like we're missing too much. Oh, there's the warthogs coming to the left at least. Or what's coming to the left. Well, I just did a quick scan around the Mashatu Dam. It doesn't seem like there is any other activity besides this beautiful Kori bustard and these warthogs. It's of course still enjoying this wallow area. And that one warthog is playing like anything. I think he's having such a good time there. Since I've been back on that side of the pan, it seems like this warthog has been wallowing for the last 10 minutes here. It's definitely gonna just enjoy this scenery for the last minute or two. But yes, definitely what a fantastic day once again on Escape to Nature. So much happening, so many zebras, elephants. Lauren got that beautiful black-breasted snake or chested snake eagle, and yes, definitely it has been once again a great day out here at all the dams in Madikwe and down as well with Ralph in Kariga. And we've got some nice species that side. But yes, we're definitely hoping that you are going to stick with us as straight after Escape to Nature. We will be heading to Betty's Bay, of course. Penguin Beach will be on. Go to those penguins. I love those penguins. Yes, from Ralph, from Lauren, and from, of course, the rest of the Wild Earth crew here at Escape to Nature. Have a lovely day, and I'm hoping to see you very shortly again.
And good afternoon to our viewers, and welcome to Penguin Beach.